Good morning. My name is James Valentine, and welcome to the externally led, patient-focused drug development meeting on adult dermatomyositis. I'm joined in the studio here today by Lynn Wilson, the President and Director of Research of Myositis Support and Understanding, and we're coming to you live from the Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, actually not too far from where the U.S. Food and Drug Administration's headquarters are located. It's my pleasure to turn it over to Lynn to kick things off and introduce our morning speakers. Lynn.
Thank you, James, and welcome everyone. My name is Lynn Wilson, and I'm the President and Director of Research for Myositis Support and Understanding. But most importantly, I'm a dermatomyositis patient. Established in 2015, MSU is a nonprofit, all-patient volunteer community dedicated to improving the lives of myositis patients and families everywhere. We make an impact through such initiatives as our needs-based financial assistance program and our unique patient-driven approach to research. Today, along with our partner, the Myositis Association, we are honored to be hosting this important event for adult dermatomyositis. I'd like to turn it over now to Paula Eichenbrenner, Executive Director of the Myositis Association, for a few welcoming remarks. Paula, over to you.
Thanks, Lynn, and good morning, all. I'm Paula Eichenbrenner, Executive Director for the Myositis Association, or TMA. Since 1993, TMA has been devoted to the worldwide myositis community. Our mission is to improve the lives of persons affected by myositis, to fund innovative research, and to increase myositis awareness and advocacy. Together, TMA and MSU have more than 40 years of service to individuals and families affected by myositis. Lynn, it is immensely gratifying to see our two organizations side by side today. TMA is honored to support MSU on this important, externally led, patient-focused drug development program. A special welcome to the many staff members of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration who are spending time with us today. And on behalf of TMA and MSU, a heartfelt thank you to our industry sponsors: Amgen, argenx, CSL Behring, Galapagos, Janssen, and Priovant. Thank you for your generous support. We are pleased to have a large audience today with representatives from advocacy and professional organizations in attendance, along with pharmaceutical companies, federal agencies, and clinical and research centers from across the world. Thank you for joining us. My most important welcome is reserved for the members of our audience whose lives have been directly impacted by adult dermatomyositis. We are so glad you're here, and we look forward to your active participation. Today's meeting is the result of many months of planning and many people working hard together behind the scenes. Lynn and I extend our deep gratitude to all those who had a hand in preparing for this gathering. Our teams at TMA and MSU are grateful to have this opportunity to ensure that patient and care partner perspectives are considered in the drug development and regulatory processes. Though it's difficult for most unaffected people to recognize, dermatomyositis has a severe impact on quality of life for the thousands of men, women, and children who live with this debilitating disease. Muscle weakness can make daily life unbelievably difficult. Dermatomyositis patients are challenged to leave their homes, to walk long distances, and to hold their children. Unbearable rashes make it difficult to sleep at night because of itching and pain. Extreme fatigue makes it difficult to live, to work, or to play normally. Some patients also experience additional complications, including interstitial lung disease, Raynaud's syndrome, heart disease, dysphagia, and calcinosis. All of these conditions can leave patients and their families with significant challenges for their daily activities and potentially at risk for social isolation. There is one therapy, immune globulin, with an FDA indication for this disorder. Unfortunately, this treatment does not provide complete relief for all who live with this very heterogeneous condition. We sincerely hope that the stories you hear today, stories of frustration, pain, and fear, yes, but also stories of resilience and hope. These stories will help you understand the urgent need for new treatments in adult dermatomyositis. TMA and MSU are not alone in our efforts to achieve a world without myositis. I want to express my appreciation to the many investigators hard at work in labs, hospitals, and universities across the globe, all striving towards a better understanding of dermatomyositis. Our hope is that this meeting will encourage you in that work, that it will spur future research, that additional clinical trials will launch, and that soon we will have successful new product development for people living with adult dermatomyositis because they so urgently need treatment options. To our adult dermatomyositis patients and families, we invite you and your loved ones to be active audience members today. Please call and write in throughout the program. We ask that you hang with us throughout the day and that you participate in remote polling when the questions pop up. We want to hear as many perspectives as possible, and we will do our best to get to as many calls and as many comments as we can. When participating, please only use your first name, plus your city and state, or your country. No other identifying information should be shared. Be assured that any comments we're unable to transmit in the live meeting today are still very important, and we will include all comments in the Voice of the Patient report. The Voice of the Patient is a summary which we will publish in the coming months as a permanent record of today's special program. Now, to begin today's meeting, I'm delighted to introduce our speaker from FDA. Dr. Raj Nair is Acting Director for the Division of Rheumatology and Transplant Medicine in the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, or CDER, at the FDA. CDER is the part of FDA that regulates new drug treatments for many disorders. Dr. Nair will provide some opening comments from the FDA perspective. Dr. Nair, thank you for being here, and I turn it over to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Raj Nair, and I am a rheumatologist who has been working with the FDA for over 10 years now. I've been involved in other patient-focused drug development meetings in the past, which have provided valuable feedback as we try to provide available, effective treatments for patients with limited treatment options. I'm so excited to be participating in this meeting today, organized by Myositis Support and Understanding and the Myositis Association. It's encouraging to be hearing from you, the patients with adult dermatomyositis, loved ones, and caregivers as important voices in what you look for in dermatomyositis treatments. All the centers of FDA and other stakeholders recognize there are significant gaps in the understanding of this complex and debilitating disease, and we need the patient voice to help fill in some of these gaps in understanding adult dermatomyositis. I'm happy to see we have representation from patients, caregivers, and advocates to provide their perspective as we look to hear what features are most important in dealing with dermatomyositis to inform future drug development. It's important that we understand the patient's perspective as you and your family members struggle with the symptoms of dermatomyositis every day. The FDA has recognized the need to have patients involved, along with other stakeholders, to identify key elements of clinical development, including outcomes and endpoints that accurately represent what patients experience. As such, the FDA is committed to including the patient perspective for drug development. While FDA plays a critical role in drug development, we are only part of the process. We protect and promote public health by evaluating the safety and effectiveness of new treatments, but we do not develop the drugs or conduct clinical trials. This is done by other partners and stakeholders, including medical product developers, healthcare providers, federal partners, and others who I'm happy to see are also here today to listen to you and your valuable perspective. Today's meeting will be an opportunity to ensure that we hear from you directly on the symptoms that matter most, the impact dermatomyositis has on your daily lives, and your experience with the current treatment options. Information provided by you can better influence the benefit-risk assessment of new treatments, identify areas of unmet need, and help drug developers and regulatory authorities design programs that are more relevant to address how you feel and function. Patient-focused drug development meetings have resulted in patient groups having a significant impact on drug development in recent years. Today's meeting is a very important dialogue, which is the beginning to laying a foundation for future drug development. The dermatomyositis community is engaged and eager to participate in this effort today, which is evident from your participation at this meeting. This meeting is so important to FDA as it is to you. So thank you for providing your time to join us today. We appreciate this opportunity and look forward to a productive discussion. With that, I'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you, Dr. Nair, for your insights. Next up, Dr. Lisa Christopher Stein will provide a clinical overview of adult dermatomyositis. Dr. Christopher Stein is a professor of medicine and neurology at Johns Hopkins and director of the Johns Hopkins Myositis Precision Center of Excellence. She is a compassionate and tireless advocate, known affectionately in the myositis community as Dr. Lisa. So over to you, Dr. Lisa.
Good morning, and thank you for that kind introduction. It is a pleasure and an honor to be with you today to tell you a bit about the clinical overview of adult dermatomyositis. So today we'll look at current thoughts on the epidemiology of adult dermatomyositis, look at a broad overview and the disease manifestations of dermatomyositis that affects adults, and then finally explain a little bit more about the dermatomyositis subtypes in adults. This, as you know, is a rare autoimmune disease. It's debilitating. There are systemic autoimmune symptoms, and it's not just muscles or skin. We do know, however, that it does cause muscle inflammation that damages the muscle tissue, and of course, a variety of other organs are also affected. This usually affects adults between the ages of 40 to 60, peaking at middle age around 50. We know, too, that about a third or so of kids, of those who have juvenile onset dermatomyositis, can transition into the adult form. Women are more affected than men in general, about 3 to 1, and that's consistent with what we see in many autoimmune diseases where women are preferentially affected. Myositis-specific autoantibodies are associated with different systemic manifestations associated with each of the features of dermatomyositis, such as that might affect the lungs, the skin, or muscles differentially. There are distinct features, and they can range from quite mild to very debilitating, quite severe. The incidence and the prevalence of this disease is difficult because epidemiologic studies are quite difficult. We know a bit more in some countries that keep databases that are national prevalence databases. What we suspect is that dermatomyositis prevalence is somewhere between close to 2 and 21 per 100,000 of the population. The incidence, again, wide variation depending on the sources that are used, somewhere between 0.1 to 10 cases per every 100,000 person years. Mortality is something that fortunately we don't have to face all of the time, but it is a reality for some of our patients. If you look at the best population studies, which again are done, for example, in southern parts of Norway, that compared death rates in 326 patients with idiopathic inflammatory myopathy diagnosed between 2003 and 2012 with death rates in the general population, the mortality ratio for dermatomyositis itself was about 2.6 compared with that general population. Another study suggests that the overall mortality in the inflammatory myopathies is highest during that first year after diagnosis, and then fortunately decreases, whereas mortality in the general population actually increases over that 10-year subsequent period. When we look at death in myositis, the main three focuses there are on malignancy, which is a concomitant process in several of our dermatomyositis subtypes, cardiovascular disease, and lung disease, like interstitial lung disease. Looking mechanistically, dermatomyositis is thought to develop as an interaction between genetic and environmental risk factors in the relative absence of protective factors. And as a clinician who sees a lot of these patients, I am struck by the fact that I have myself cared for identical twin sets of patients, and none of any of the identical twin sets of patients I care for, in both do they have the disease. So this is discordant, meaning only one twin is affected. So it is not all genes, but perhaps it's also not all environment either. It seems to be a difficult and complex interplay between the two. We know that both adaptive and innate immune mechanisms and non-immune mechanisms are at play here. Within the muscle tissue, whether it is actually the myocyte, the muscle cell itself, the blood vessel, and or the connective tissue that's directly targeted by the immune system is up for debate. For example, in dermatomyositis, many of us in the field believe that the blood vessel is likely the initial target within the muscle, and those myocytes become innocent bystanders that then become affected by inflammation themselves. Plasmacytoid dendritic cells, these are potent sources of interferon, may also be found surrounding intermediate-sized blood vessels that are located around those cells in the perimysium. And we know that type 1 interferon-inducible genes are among those that are most upregulated in the muscle, the skin, and even the peripheral blood of patients with dermatomyositis. Some of the cardinal clinical features are hallmarks that are unmistakable. The heliotrope rash above and below the eyelid margin gets its name from this flower that you see to the left because it's often a very violaceous or purple-red color. I will make the comment that in patients who are of darker skin tone, sometimes this rash is actually hyperpigmentation and can appear brown or black above or below the eyelid margin. Recently, colleagues of mine and myself, we published this striking photograph to demonstrate the amount of eyelid edema or swelling on the upper and lower lid margins that can be present in patients with dermatomyositis. And here's some example of the heliotrope across different races and spectrums of age and skin tones. And you can see that on the top panel, we see some telangiectasias, those little red marks above the eyelid margin. On the second panel, lower than that, you can see again these little areas, again, not confluent. I believe you can see my cursor, so I'll show you, above the lid margin and below the lid margin that are just areas of indistinct but not confluent rash. And then here on the third panel, very severe confluent rash, meaning that there's really no break in that rash above or below the lid margin, and you can see scale. And then on the lower panel, again, you see the upper and lower lid rash, again, with incredible scale that you see all along the eyebrow margin and in the lid. Gottron's papules can be seen as the other hallmark pathognomonic features. These are usually palpable areas on the areas of stretch receptors, which tend to be on the first joints, so the MCP joint, PIP joint, or the DIP joint. These are the joints of the fingers. And then also you can see it in the toes. This is widely represented here in different skin tones to give you the example of whether it can appear dark, red, or even purple. And again, this is a cardinal feature of the disease. There are other cutaneous features of dermatomyositis, such as Gottron's sign. We can see this on the elbows or sometimes the ankles or the knees. This is generally non-palpable and in areas that I've just focused on. Here, this is the cardinal V sign. So usually this is a sun or photosensitive rash, but it doesn't have to be. But the V area of the neck is a particularly sensitive area where rash is present. This is the shawl sign, and given its name from where one might wear a shawl across the shoulders, this affects the upper shoulders and back. This is mechanic's hands, which is a distinct roughening of the surfaces, usually of the radial surface of the digits, though those closer to the thumb, and the palmar surface. It's hyperkeratotic, rough skin, and it's often very recalcitrant and difficult to treat. And something seemingly so innocuous that gets its name because it has the feature of those who are mechanics can in fact be debilitating. Can you imagine trying to put on a pair of pantyhose or be able to do dishes or really touch anything? It is incredibly difficult. And then this is calcinosis. This particular image is shown in a child's elbow, but this feature is also seen in adults. And again, disfiguring and very painful at times. Very briefly, looking under the microscope, if we look at the top images, we see to the left, this is what a normal muscle looks like in cross section. They're all about the same shape and size and fiber, and around the periphery, we see the nuclei of the cells. So in a normal muscle cell, nuclei are on the periphery. They don't come to the center. To the right, I think you can appreciate that this is an area of inflammation that here in our slide, where there are lymphocytes that are invading or coming to invade and surrounding normal muscle cells. This is more histologically consistent with polymyositis. Dermatomyositis, on the other hand, those same cells first target the blood vessel, which I alluded to earlier today when we spoke about the immunologic target. And then we see something here in which this is called perifascicular atrophy. This is, again, not a definitive feature, but can be present in several patients, several types of dermatomyositis, subtypes, in which we see that the cells that get close to each other, the myocytes, lose some of their volume as they come to the interface between two fascicles of the muscle cells. And so there are many muscular and extramuscular manifestations that I, again, led our talk with at the beginning. Let's look at some of those now. What's probably one of the most prominent, somewhere around 33% or so, in different studies, between 20 to 40% of our patients have evidence of pulmonary disease. And this is usually in the form of interstitial lung disease. There are certain autoantibodies. You see them listed here. I won't repeat them for today, but you can read them. There are specific immunologic targets, certain self-proteins that really predict that pulmonary disease will be more common. The peripheral vascular system itself with Raynaud's phenomenon, these are color changes to times of stress or cold. And again, certain autoantibodies a little more common in those. Obviously, we don't have to belabor the musculoskeletal system, but in addition to the muscles, the joints are also affected. And many of our patients actually present with an arthritis, so much so that some of them come in with the diagnosis of rheumatoid arthritis erroneously before the other cardinal manifestations of the disease take hold. Myocarditis is sometimes seen and can be an incredibly difficult risk associated with mortality. And then cancer risk is, again, specific autoantibodies are associated with cancer. And you see those here. There can be some dysphagia or difficulty swallowing, and then a slew of dermatologic rashes, all of which I've touched upon previously. There are some unique cutaneous features, particularly in MDA5 associated dermatomyositis. MDA5 is a specific autoantibody or self-protein, and we can see these punched out ulcers, almost like you took a hole puncher and punched over the ulcers, over the skin in the knuckle area, the MCP joints. On the bottom right panel, that's actually a shoulder. And then you can see these palmar lesions. Usually we see skin features on the dorsum of the hand or the outer hand, but these in this particular type of dermatomyositis, this gives us a clue that this antibody at play when we see it on the palmar surface. So what are the subtypes of dermatomyositis? Not just like the rashes, they don't come in just one flavor. Classic dermatomyositis, that's the one we know the best. This is hallmark symptoms, muscle weakness and skin rashes. Amyopathic dermatomyositis, no muscle weakness. And this is very important because in many patients, the skin and the muscle is decoupled. In some cases, it's hypomyopathic, where the skin dominates and is severe and debilitating, but yet the muscle itself is relatively untouched immunologically. That is not the cardinal feature of the disease. Then there's clinically amyopathic dermatomyositis, where they meet all the criteria diagnostically for dermatomyositis, again, have little to no muscle weakness over an extended period. Generally, that's usually about the first 2 years. If we don't see this in the first 2 years, they tend not to develop it. And this group is distinctly at risk for developing interstitial lung disease. And then finally, that associated with interstitial lung disease itself, and we've talked about the fact that this can be a complication. Again, this is another schematic just to look at these extramuscular features, in addition to those that are particularly system-oriented. Fatigue and fever can happen. Fever is more rare. Fatigue is very widespread. It's one of the number one things that our patients really stress is important. They can have difficulty keeping food down, have anorexia and reflux. And again, I've mentioned the other features previously. Patients often experience disease flares. 83% of them in one of our studies showed that there was exacerbation of muscle weakness. I've already touched on the extreme fatigue and exhaustion. This is not new to autoimmune disease in general. Fatigue and exhaustion is one of the cardinal features of many of our systemic autoimmune diseases. Patients report pain. I was taught in medical school, this was a painless disease, but my patients taught me differently. Patients teach me every day. And pain and discomfort in over 60% of our patients. Difficulty with stair climbing, standing up from a chair, and then skin rashes or skin ulcers, as we've already mentioned. And what is that impact? It's enormous. So 72% of our patients will have one or more of these flares per year. This is associated with more disability, more pain. You can imagine how difficult it is to maintain a normal work schedule when you do not know when your next flare will be. And increased healthcare visits. Flares may show health decline and, of course, increased healthcare needs as they access the system. It has been such a pleasure to be with you today. This is just a taste of the clinical features that affect my patients that I care for every day with this debilitating disease. I'm grateful for having the time to spend with you, and I look forward to a wonderful discussion today. Again, wishing you a wonderful day forward. And now I will hand it back to the studio. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lisa. I'd now like to welcome our moderator for today's meeting, James Valentine. James has worked for the last 15 years as a champion for the patient voice as part of the regulatory process. He previously worked at the FDA, where he was a patient liaison, helping to incorporate the patient voice into medical product review across the FDA's various medical product centers and review divisions. There, James helped develop and launch the Patient-Focused Drug Development Initiative. In private practice, James has worked with many patient organizations to ensure their community voices are heard by decision makers. He has also been involved in helping plan and moderate many of the over 90 externally led patient-focused drug development meetings. So we are in very good hands with James. And now, over to you, James.
Thank you so much, Lynn, for that introduction, and it's so great to be joined by so many in this community this morning as we bring your voices into the discussion as part of this externally led patient-focused drug development meeting. So, now that we've heard a clinical overview from a disease expert, we get to turn to the core of today's meeting, which is to hear from you. People living with dermatomyositis and their parents, spouses, and other direct caregivers. Patient-focused drug development is a more systematic way of gathering patient perspectives on their condition and on available treatments. As you heard from FDA's Dr. Nair, your input can help inform the agency's understanding of DM to inform drug development and review. Today is a unique opportunity for this community. Given the 10,000 known rare conditions, this is a truly unique opportunity to have your voices heard by decision makers. Today's meeting is interactive, so let me tell you a bit about what we'll be asking of you and how today's meeting will be organized. Today is structured into 2 sessions. In our first session this morning, we'll be exploring the patient and caregiver experience living with adult dermatomyositis and how those symptoms and health effects impact daily life. We'll then return in the afternoon for our second session, where we'll bring everyone back together to explore your experiences with treatments and strategies to manage DM symptoms. What will those discussions look like? Well, during both our morning and afternoon sessions, we'll be asking you to participate in a few different ways. First, we'll be hearing from panels of patients and caregivers of individuals living with dermatomyositis who were selected to set a good foundation for the discussion as they reflect a range of different experiences with the condition and with treatment approaches. Second, once after we hear from those panels, we'll have a facilitated audience discussion, which will bring in all of you, all of our other patients and caregivers that are in the audience, to build on what we heard from the panel. We know that those panels can't represent the full range of the patient experience, and so we'll ask that and invite you to call in or submit written comments via the web form under the live stream today, and we'll be providing those instructions a little later to make sure that we hear from as many voices as possible. Finally, we'll be broadening the discussion through the use of electronic polling questions. We'll be asking patients and caregivers only to use their phone or their web browser to respond. And in fact, I'd like to ask you, all of our patients and caregivers, to go ahead now and get into this system, because once you're in it, you'll be able to stay in throughout the entire day. And so if at this point you could open up a new tab on your web browser on your computer, or alternatively, you can pull out your phone and open up a web browser and type in the following URL, www.pollev.com/adultdm. Again, that's www.pollev.com/adultdm. Once you get into the system, again, you can just keep this page up. And as we get to polling questions throughout the discussion, they'll automatically appear there. And we'll be getting to our first set of polling questions in just a few moments. So beyond these ways to participate today, you'll also have the opportunity to provide written comments for 30 days after today's meeting. So whether you leave today's meeting and have something else that comes to mind that you didn't share, or maybe you weren't able to share all that you would have liked, or maybe you're watching this on demand, the recording of today's proceedings, you too are welcome and encouraged to submit written comments. All of today's input and this additional written input will be summarized in what's called a Voice of the Patient report, which will be provided to the FDA as well as made available publicly for researchers and drug developers. One last thing before we get into our first set of polling questions and start engaging with our audience here, I want to cover a few ground rules. So we encourage people living with dermatomyositis, as well as their loved ones and caregivers, including their parents, and spouses, children, to contribute to the dialogue using the polling questions, calling in by phone, and submitting written comments. Today's discussion is limited to patients and family members and other direct caregivers. We do welcome our other stakeholders, our colleagues from the FDA, from drug development companies, as well as clinicians and researchers who are all here to listen. I'd also like to mention that views today are inherently personal, and the discussion may get emotional at times. So, respect for one another is paramount, and to that end, I ask that you please try to be focused and concise in your comments so we can hear as many voices as possible. So without further ado, let's get into our first set of polling questions here today. Again, these polling questions are for our patients, caregivers, and family members only. At this time, you can go to that website that I just told you about. I'll read it out again here if you haven't yet had a chance to get in. Please go to www.pollev.com/adultdm. Again, that's www.pollev.com/adultdm. We'll give everyone a few moments here to get into the polling system. Again, please just keep this up throughout the day. Whenever we go to new polling questions, they will automatically appear on that web page for you to respond to. As you can see from the first question that we have for you, we're trying to get an understanding of who is in our audience today. And so our question here is, are you either A, someone living with dermatomyositis, or are you B, a caregiver of someone living with dermatomyositis, or someone who has passed away who had dermatomyositis? So we'll give everyone a few minutes here. We'll spend an extra couple of moments on our first question, as we know you're just getting into the polling system for the first time. So as it stands, it looks like the vast majority of our audience are individuals living with dermatomyositis. However, we do have over 10%, around 15% of our live audience today represented by the caregivers, so the loved ones, family members, and others directly caring for people living with dermatomyositis. If we can move to our second polling question. So here we would like to know where you currently reside. So again, these questions are just for our patients and caregivers. The options here are A, the U.S. Pacific time zone, B, U.S. Mountain time zone, C, U.S. Central time zone, D, U.S. Eastern time, E, U.S. Alaska time, F, U.S. Hawaii time, G, Europe, H, the Middle East, I, Asia, J, Canada, K, Mexico, or L, some other country or region not listed in the other response options. And again, we'll give everyone a few moments here to make sure they can log their responses. It's helpful for us to be able to track our everyone's responses over the course of the entire meeting. So it looks like, and this is not surprising typically for meetings that start in the morning in Eastern U.S. time, we have just under half of our audience in the U.S. Eastern time zone, although I'm very pleased to see that we have good representation across all of the major U.S. time zones, Central, Mountain, and Pacific time. And I welcome those of you who are joining us from outside of the U.S., both in Europe and Canada. We encourage all participants, not just from within the United States, but from all over around the world, to participate not only in these polling, but feel free to also call in and write in throughout today's program. If we can go to our third polling question. So here we're asking about the person living with dermatomyositis. Here we want to know, for those of you living with dermatomyositis, what is your gender? Or for caregivers, what is your loved one's gender with dermatomyositis? Are they A, female, B, male, or C, other? We'll give everyone a chance here to respond to our this, just again, so we can get a sense of who is in our audience today. The gender of individuals that are being represented both by patients and caregivers that are living with dermatomyositis. Not surprising, as we heard in Dr. Lisa's presentation earlier, that we have greater representation of those that are female living with dermatomyositis. However, we have about 20% of our audience that are male and no one reporting other. If we go to our fourth polling question. So here we want to know, how old are you if you're living with dermatomyositis, or for our caregivers, what is the age of your loved one? For those of you who are representing individuals who have passed away living with dermatomyositis, if you could report the age at which they passed away. The options here are A, less than 18 years of age, B, between 19 and 35 years of age, C, between 36 and 50 years, D, 51 to 60, E, 61 to 70, or F, 71 years of age or older. So responses are still trickling in here. We're seeing a little bit of a bell curve, although most of our representation being between the ages of 36 and 70. A good kind of split across those three age ranges that are encompassed there. But we do have about 10% of our audience between ages 19 and 35, and a little over 5% that are age 71 years or older. We're not seeing any reported less than 18 years of age, but as a reminder, today's meeting is focused on adult dermatomyositis, so we did not expect to have pediatric patients represented today. And if we can move to our final demographic polling question here, this will be our last question before we get into the real meat of today, which is hearing your experiences with this condition. Here we want to know, at what age were you or your loved one diagnosed with dermatomyositis? And the options are A, less than 18 years of age, B, between 19 and 35, C, between 36 and 50 years of age, D, between 51 and 60, E, between 61 and 70, or F, diagnosed at age 71 or older. We'll give everyone just a few more moments here. We are seeing a shift, as you would expect from our last polling question, where age of diagnosis is shifted younger than current age. That includes a small proportion of people who were diagnosed during childhood. The majority or the largest response groups categories being between the ages of 36 and 50 and between ages of 19 and 35. But we are seeing fairly significant portions of people diagnosed all the way up through age 70. Nobody reporting their diagnosis happening at age 71 years or older. So with that, we're going to conclude our first set of polling. Again, please keep this webpage open. We'll circle back and do additional polling questions later in today's program. But at this time, it's my pleasure to introduce our first topic of discussion for today, which is living with dermatomyositis, the symptoms and daily impacts. On the screen, you will see some of the discussion questions that we'll be exploring over the course of this morning. During today's session, we're going to be asking, of all the symptoms and health effects of dermatomyositis, which 1 to 3 of the symptoms have the most significant impact on your or your loved one's life. We also want to know not only what those symptoms are, but how they might vary over time. And so we'd like to know how the condition affects you or your loved one on best days versus on worst days, as well as how they've changed over time, whether that's over the course of weeks, months, or even years. We'll be asking you not only to help describe those symptoms and health effects, but we also want to know what that looks like and translates to in your daily lives. And so are there specific activities that are important to you or your loved one that you or they cannot do at all or as fully because of dermatomyositis? And finally, recognizing that while you and your loved ones have already lived with and are currently living with many burdens of this disease, you also have to think about your future life living with this condition. And so we'll ask for you to weigh in on what you fear the most as you or your loved one gets older and what worries you most have about your or your loved one's condition. So to get us started on these topics, it's my pleasure to welcome our first panel of today. We have Austin, Hannah, Stephen, Kanaya, and Ali, who will be all sharing some of their responses to these different questions. Austin, why don't you take it away?
My name is Austin. I am 38 years old, and I live in Champaign, Illinois. In May of 2023, I started developing a rash on my hands and eyes. By early June, I had developed joint pain and noticed a slight shortness of breath. I saw a pulmonologist at the end of June, and I could barely get through the pulmonary function test, as taking deep breaths hurt immensely. The pulmonologist looked at my hands and correctly identified that I had dermatomyositis. He suggested that I see a rheumatologist. 3 days later, I went to the rheumatologist. The nurse saw that my blood oxygen saturation was at 80%, so they called an ambulance for me, and I went to the ER. I stayed in the hospital for about a week. A CT scan showed that I had rapidly progressing interstitial lung disease, and I left the hospital on 4 liters of supplemental oxygen. I was functionally disabled and bedridden. My wife, mother, and stepmother took care of me. Any physical exertion dropped my oxygen saturation. I couldn't even get up to go to the bathroom without my oxygen saturation dropping to 80%. Taking deep breaths hurt immensely. I was afraid of yawning because of the pain. If I did leave the house, I needed to bring 2 oxygen tanks with me. The few times that I had to use stairs, it took me about half an hour to recover. My myositis antibody panel came back with my MDA5 titer at over 100, confirming the diagnosis. My local rheumatologist encouraged me to go to Barnes Jewish Hospital in St. Louis and see a rheumatologist there. After checking into Barnes, they started me on tacrolimus and gave me IVIG and rituximab infusions. These were reasonable treatments for dermatomyositis, but they were slow. It could take months for the medication to work. And I was very worried that even if the medication worked, there would be too much scarring on my lungs already. I mean, how much could my lungs really recover? I could be on 8 liters of supplemental oxygen for the rest of my life. At the beginning of August, after a telehealth appointment, it was clear that my interstitial lung disease was not slowing down. I was encouraged to go see a pulmonologist at Barnes and to get a pulmonary function test and to get onto the lung transplant wait list. I was terrified, as this was the first time that a doctor had suggested a lung transplant. My PFT was terrible, about 30% lung function. The pulmonologist arranged for me to check back into Barnes the next day. In the hospital, my oxygen needs exceeded 10 liters, and I began the process of evaluation to get onto the lung transplant wait list. I had to prove that I was physically able to recover from the surgery. One part of the test was walking for 30 minutes on a treadmill. I had an hour to do it, and I would be on oxygen. This was very challenging, as I had deconditioned my body over the past 2 months, and a coughing fit would set me back at least 5 to 10 minutes. Despite this hurdle, I managed to complete the test. The next day, I had a fever and I was transferred to the ICU. A week after checking into Barnes at 4 p.m., I was informed that I was on the transplant wait list. At 8 p.m. that day, I started having respiratory failure caused by my dermatomyositis. My respiratory rate dramatically increased as my body tried to get enough oxygen. It was not painful, as the supplemental oxygen kept me comfortable, but intellectually, I knew that I was dying. The doctors asked permission to sedate me, intubate me, and put me on life support. I figured I either wake up with new lungs or I die, and both possibilities seemed fine. I was heartbroken at the thought of leaving my family behind, but I was so tired of my physical decay. 3 days later, I woke up with a tube down my throat and was still being weaned off of life support, but I could tell that I could breathe, and I knew that I'd had the transplant. I spent about 12 days in the ICU. A lack of sleep and ICU delirium really made those 2 weeks a waking nightmare, but I was physically improving. I was moved to a rehab unit and spent another 17 days there building up my strength again, and I spent 3 months doing outpatient rehab before returning to my home in Champaign. I am now on immunosuppressants for life, and each month I get blood tests, a chest x-ray, and a pulmonary function test to watch for signs of rejection. My skin rash has improved due to regular IVIG infusions, and for now it seems like my dermatomyositis is under control. I was very traumatized from this experience, and I was terrified of my new lungs being attacked by my immune system again. Over the past few months, that fear has lessened, although I still have a fear of some form of chronic rejection, kidney issues due to the medication that I'm on, or catching some external respiratory illness. It is quite likely that one or more of these things will happen to me in my lifetime. I am very angry at the underlying disease for nearly killing me. Dermatomyositis spontaneously destroyed my health. It brought me from living a healthy life to my deathbed in the span of about 3 months. I'm only alive because of the lung transplant, and if I'm lucky, I will live another 25 to 30 years. However, the median survival for lung transplant recipients is 4 to 6 years. Dermatomyositis easily took at least 30 more years off of my life, and I hope to spend the rest of my life disease-free, embracing life with my family, without having to worry about interstitial lung disease ever again.
I'm Hannah. I'm 34 years old and live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Dermatomyositis has affected my life for the past 15 years, physically, mentally, and socially. At 19, during my freshman year of college, attending Bowling Green University and majoring in aviation, I experienced a bright red rash on my face and chest, along with severe exhaustion. Daily routines like showering and dressing totally wiped me out. It was almost impossible for me to walk across campus to my classes or bike to the airport 3 days a week for my pilot training. Campus doctors referred me to a local doctor who ran several tests but could not diagnose my problem. Since aviation understandably requires a perfect bill of health, I decided to drop out of school at the end of the semester and come up with a new plan for my career and my health. I moved back home, enrolled in a local community college to keep my health insurance, and tried to regain my strength. This was a frustrating time for me. Along with severe exhaustion and the rash, I began to experience muscle pain and weakness. Since my only visible symptom was the rash, my family and friends did not always believe me when I said I was tired or weak. They thought I was depressed, out of shape, or it was all in my head. After 2 emergency room visits, no one could find the cause, and no one suggested this could have been an autoimmune disease. During this time, I became so weak that I fell just walking up the stairs at school. Eventually, I was hospitalized and diagnosed with dermatomyositis. Later that year, I moved to Florida to attend the Walt Disney World College program, but I needed special accommodations that were medically approved so I could work indoors seated. In my own day-to-day life, things changed. I could not stay in the sun at the pool with my friends. I needed a wheelchair to be able to spend all day in the theme parks. I had to take things at a much slower pace than everyone else my age, and I needed days just to rest if I overdid it. I flew back to Pennsylvania every 4 months to see my doctor and have my blood work monitored. I love Florida. My aches and pains lessened in the climate, and the sunshine did wonders for my mood. I bought a home, which was a fixer-upper, and this presented a new set of challenges. I could not paint or do any of the remodeling I had envisioned. My family had to fly down from Pennsylvania to help me. I also adopted 2 rescue dogs to keep me company. There were times when I was not able to walk them due to my muscle weakness. Fortunately, I had a large fenced-in yard that allowed them to run. Fast forward to when I was 27, married, and wanting to have a child. I was in the process of finding a new local rheumatologist, and she told me I should never even try to have a child. This was very disheartening, as my last rheumatologist had told me I'd be able to get pregnant and just to have a high-risk pregnancy doctor lined up in case there was complications. I ended up not going back to her, and I found a new doctor who said he would help me along the way. I had to be off my medication for the time leading up to becoming pregnant, which left me weaker and my rash worse. I was blessed to have a healthy pregnancy and delivery. My son was born with jaundice and needed blood drawn every few days, but I was unable to take him, so I had to rely on my mom and husband to take him to all his appointments. I was also not able to breastfeed my son due to the medications I needed to start back up after delivery. My recovery was worse than a normal woman would have. I struggled to pick up my son some days and relied heavily on my husband and my mom, who stayed with us for 2 weeks to help. Though improved, my rash has always been present and itches constantly. My muscle weakness and pain come and go depending on my activity levels. I must add in rest days on vacations between days of a lot of walking. Days where I'm more tired can become frustrating for my son, who just wants to go out on an adventure with his mom. My symptoms always make me embarrassed by things like going to get my nails done, as the technicians have always made comments or asked questions about my cuticles and my rash on my hands. I always try to wear high neck shirts and bathing suits and keep my hair down because of my rash on my chest and my back. I never leave the house without makeup to cover up the red around my eyes and my hairline. It'd be nice to not have to worry or feel self-conscious about these little things. I've learned to live with my dermatomyositis and try not to let it affect my life in substantial ways. I will always have to adjust my lifestyle around it, and my family will always have to be flexible in dealing with me as well. Sadly, most people do not see the day-to-day challenges or frustrations that come along with living with a disease like this. My worries for my future are that my mobility is decreased and I can no longer do normal activities. I worry I won't be able to keep up with my son, and I may become a burden for him or my family. Complications of dermatomyositis, such as increased risk of infections, cancers, or the effects on my body from the long-term use of my medication, worry me as well. I hope my medications continue to work for me and the availability of them doesn't change. I want to be as healthy as I possibly can be to live to see my son and nieces and nephews grow up and accomplish everything that they want. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephen Moore. I'm 36 years old, and for over a decade, I've been on a long and challenging journey with dermatomyositis. Looking back, it all started around 2006 at the age of 20 during my studies in neuroscience at the University of Alabama. The first sign that something was off was waking up with inexplicable soreness all over my body. Initially, I tried to brush it off. I attributed it to long work and study hours. However, the situation worsened, leading to ulcerations caused by excessive use of Advil for pain relief. I ended up vomiting blood and had to be taken and admitted to the hospital. A few months later, I woke up with a red, swollen right hand, so I went to the Student Health Center for answers. The physician dismissed me, saying I must have punched something and broke my hand, but the x ray showed that I was telling the truth and nothing was broken, so they referred me to a rheumatologist. My path to diagnosis was highly frustrating. In 2011, during my graduate studies, it was like deja vu. I became sicker to the point where I had to revisit the Student Health Center. My list of symptoms had gotten much longer, and I was experiencing extreme fatigue, muscle joint pain, severe rashes, hair loss, muscle weakness, bleeding, stomach ulcers, and kidney stones. I told my doctor that the pain and fatigue was getting so constant and throbbing, where my body felt like I had just played in an intense football game every morning when I woke up. My skin rashes and lesions were so severe that my skin would crack, and I would often get staph infections with pus oozing out. In retrospect, I wasn't sure what feeling normal was anymore. Initially, the physicians suspected me of having lupus, and thus I was subjected to various treatments, including Cellcept and prednisone. However, the journey to diagnosis was a series of ups and downs, with my condition being misinterpreted multiple times. I was experiencing more abnormal rashes and losing significant weight. I lost about 40 pounds in 3 months. And my rheumatologist at UAB delved deeper and found I had an elevated CK, including abnormal EMG and other blood studies. I was finally diagnosed with dermatomyositis in September 2012, 6 years after my first attempts to finding answers. I was apprehensive about this diagnosis when I checked on PubMed, and I found that the mortality rate could be up to 50% at the 10-year mark. I know I can say that this insidious disease has now affected just about every system of my body and is relentless. I have to take breaks more frequently during work, and the pain and fatigue can be so unbearable at times. There are days where I literally can't get out of bed due to this fatigue and pain. My journey has been marked by several relapses and persistent symptoms. After being on prednisone and Imuran for 6 months, I developed a high fever along with Gaucher's papules, which required admission to the hospital for more tests and a skin biopsy. Then I changed to methotrexate and had yet another flare. After that, I was prescribed rituximab infusions, and shortly after the second infusion cycle, I had another flare with a fever and had to go to the ER again. I had a blood report of no white cells, and I was placed in the ICU, and this was one of my first close calls to death. One of the most challenging aspects of living with dermatomyositis has been dealing with the skin symptoms, particularly the intense, painful itching that keeps you up all night with a burning sensation where you wish you just didn't even have skin. I resorted to various measures to alleviate this discomfort, including bleach baths in my tub, a remedy that might sound extreme to most of you, but that I found necessary to get some relief from the persistent itching. I'm also a cancer survivor of kidney carcinoma, which cancer is more prevalent in dermatomyositis. Managing this disease has been a constant battle, not just physically, but emotionally and mentally as well. The impacts of this condition on my personal life have been profound, from navigating graduate school with this disease to dealing with the significant side effects of the medications. It's been a challenge that required immense strength and resilience. I recently got married, and I had to plan my wedding and my honeymoon between IVIG infusions, as you can see, as I am getting now. I always worry about how that impacts my marriage. As much as I hate to admit it, there are times when I can't take my wife out or do things we used to enjoy, such as hiking. We're both huge football fans and love tailgating, but it's a challenge for me to walk across campus, so we have to limit our activities. Even simple tasks like cooking and cleaning can be a problem, especially on tough days. These are just some examples of what the limitations in my life are, where I feel like a prisoner to dermatomyositis.
I'm Kanaya. I am 40 years old, mother of 2 children, 21-year-old with cerebral palsy and a 15-year-old son. My personal journey with NXP2 dermatomyositis has been a roller coaster ride. It all began in 2007 with symptoms that baffled local doctors. I was tripping and falling, unable to climb stairs, developed skin rashes, swelling in my face and hands, difficulty swallowing, heavy breathing, and muscle weakness. I was diagnosed with dermatomyositis. Working became a challenge, and my health issues were invisible to the outside world. I was in denial. The disease affected me mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. In 2007, my CK was 8,000, and my organs were shutting down. I was on prednisone and Tylenol at the time. Dreaming of expanding my family, I braved a high-risk pregnancy in 2008. And was blessed with a healthy boy. Post-pregnancy, I enjoyed a brief remission, but soon after, relentless fatigue returned, and I was hit with the full force of the disease, just as I resumed work from FMLA leave. In 2010, I relapsed again, and I had 2 ulcers in my stomach. I was sweating bullets that day, and I was admitted to the hospital for a week. I had alopecia and my hair was falling out. I still had difficulty swallowing and severe pain. I had to have a stomach procedure. I then was referred to the Myositis Center at Johns Hopkins. At the time, I was so weak I could not raise my arm to comb my hair or dress myself. The calcification started to make progress all over my body, my chest, arms, hips, and thighs. I had to use a walker and needed assistance to bathe. I recall having swelling on my face, and the orbits of my eyelids were swollen 3 centimeters away from my face. Another dermatomyositis sign. This was the moment I lost my confidence and became unrecognizable. After my discussion with my doctor about treatment and quality of life, I now had a long-term glimpse of what it would take to get a hold of this disease. As a patient, I was looking for a quick fix to see that the disease would go away. We started with IVIG, which involved numerous specialists and contact with Hopkins with pre-med orders. IVIG has been transformative, despite the calcifications and physical limitations and the disease has caused. I started to improve. Thanks to vigorous testing and therapy, the road to recovery was long and winding. I had to relearn basic tasks, relying on physical therapy and family support. My condition demanded constant attention and adaptation. In 2012, I had to take care of my special needs child. It was a lot being a single mother. I went into financial hardship, and I had to apply for disability and Medicaid. Sometimes I could not afford to drive myself to see the doctor. I was in denial about my condition and my invisible disease, hiding under my clothes. I often got infections due to my immunosuppression, even requiring surgery, due to glaciers of calcium deposits leaking out. Often they were the size of a grapefruit. I still live with wounds and scars. Until today, if I get out in the sun, my skin starts to burn. And I need to wear sunscreen ahead or wait until the evening. After the surgery, of my legs to remove the calcium glaciers, I was hospitalized, and I even had to reconfigure my home to accommodate my new limitations. I was not even able to prepare a meal for my kids or take them to school or I was totally dependent on others. I had to take opiates for severe pain. IVIG treatments became weekly even up until now, and I started to receive Rituxan every 6 months since 2017, which helped after the shortage of an IVIG in 2019. Yet dysphagia, alopecia persisted, and fatigue challenged my daily life. I got physical therapy and occupational therapy for my legs and arms, along with water therapy. Exercising, walking, dry needling, and acupuncture was helpful. I currently see multiple doctors for my condition. I participate in research studies with National Institute of Health. As a nutritional health coach and community health worker, I learned that certain foods trigger flare-ups. Eating healthy became a part of my lifestyle. Managing dermatomyositis means not just treating the physical symptoms, but also understanding its mental and social impacts. I realized the importance of mental wellness in managing my condition. My biggest fear today is uncertainty about my future, financial hardships, not able to take care of my family, and not having full control of my next flare-ups and running out of options for medications. Thank you.
My name is Allie, and this is the story of my mother, Lulu. In February of 2022, my mother began with bilateral shoulder pain. She initially attributed this to her job. By March, her pain became excruciating, and she was no longer able to lift her arms. She also began with a rash, which was present on her chest and upper arms. It was very itchy. On her first visit to the ER, they diagnosed her with benign hypertension. Tylenol was prescribed and given in the ER, but nothing else was done. Her pain level never diminished, and nothing was helping her itchiness or her rash. In April, we drove to San Antonio to meet with a specialist who said, "It can't be DM. DM does not cause pain." He refused to do any studies for DM because of this. By late April, my mother continued with pain and an itchy rash. Benadryl was not helping. We took her to a second specialist, and I brought up dermatomyositis. The second specialist said, "This can't be DM. DM does not cause pain." He refused to do studies to rule out DM because of this. My mother was a single mother of 3 girls and had no family in America. My sisters and I took turns taking care of Mom. We'd place Colorax on her to try to alleviate her symptoms. As a registered nurse, I would inject Toradol to try and help with the pain, but it didn't help much. Our continued ER visits were the same. They would tell us follow up with a specialist and continue giving her Tylenol. We took her to a third specialist, hoping that someone would listen. I brought up dermatomyositis, and the third specialist said, "It's not DM. DM does not cause pain." He refused to do any testing for DM because of this. By May, my mother wasn't able to swallow, and she was coughing frequently. We took her to the ER and was finally admitted. In the ER, a neurologist began treatment with IVIG and prednisone, suspecting myasthenia gravis. My mother could not walk, lift her head, or move her arms by this time. She was bedridden. My sisters and I spent countless nights rotating shifts to care for her. I told the neurologist I believed it was dermatomyositis, and he said, "I'll order a muscle biopsy." Because of this test, my mother was officially diagnosed with DM June of 2022. With the help of IVIG, prednisone, morphine, PT, speech therapy, and a PEG feeding tube, my mother was discharged from the hospital in June with treatment for DM. By July, she had entered remission and could walk, cook, and drive. In October, my mother woke up with abdominal pain. We took her to the ER and she was admitted. The doctor said my mother's gallbladder needed to be removed. She was septic. However, because of the pain, my mother's DM flared up. She was weak, unable to lift her arms again or walk. The doctors agreed to administer IVIG and prednisone and wait until my mother's DM stabilized before doing surgery. Unfortunately, her DM never stabilized. My mother had surgery in late October. She was intubated and transferred to the ICU after surgery. The pulmonologist extubated my mother on November 9th. At first, it seemed promising she would do fine, but she was too weak to continue breathing on her own. Her diaphragm was weak due to DM. The pulmonologist said they needed to reintubate or she would die. My sisters and I stood at my mother's bedside, and we asked her if she wanted to be reintubated. She shook her head no. We told her if she was not reintubated, she would not be with us anymore. She shook her head yes. We asked if she understood. She shook her head yes. We hugged her and told her we would miss her. We respected her decision and placed her on comfort measures. My mother took her last breath on November 10th, 2022, surrounded by her daughters. She was 62 years old. My mother loved to cook and dance. She loved sitting outside on the patio drinking coffee, and she loved gardening. My mother suffered for months with pain, unable to swallow. She was unable to walk or move her arms. She had an itchy rash. It was physically, emotionally, and mentally challenging for her. An image I will never forget was seeing her cry from frustration and not being able to lift her arms to wash her hair. A simple task for many of us. My mother was a warrior and will forever remain a warrior.
Wow. Thank you so much, Ali, for sharing your and your mother and family's story, and really to all of our panelists who were so brave to be first to share their experiences with dermatomyositis with us today, this morning. So now it's our first opportunity to broaden the discussion and bring all of you living with adult dermatomyositis, as well as the caregivers and family members of people living with the condition, into the conversation. If you'd like to share some of your experiences with the symptoms and health effects of this condition, I invite you to do so now by calling in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, you can call in now or at any point during the session at 1-703-844-3231. If you call in, you'll be connected with our operator and we'll be able to get you into the queue. Once you're in the queue, you'll be able to hear the program. So I promise you won't miss any of what's going on while you're waiting to be brought into the conversation. You can also submit written comments using the comment form that's under the player on the player page you're following along on the online today. So please submit written comments and we'll be sharing those throughout the program as well. But to get us all thinking about these topics and understand the experiences of our audience, we're going to start today's session with a couple of polling questions. So for those of you who were with us earlier, you can go back to that webpage. If you've just joined us, this is for patients and their direct caregivers only. Please open a new tab on your browser or open a browser on your phone and go to www.pollev.com/adultdm. Again, you can go there now, www.pollev.com/adultdm. You can keep this page up, and as we go to different questions throughout our sessions today, those questions will automatically appear there. Our first question for you as part of this session is we'd like to know which dermatomyositis-related health concerns have you or your loved one ever had? And you can select all that apply. The options are A, skin issues, B, fever, C, lung issues, D, fatigue, E, muscle weakness, F, difficulty swallowing, G, sun sensitivity, H, calcinosis, I, pain, J, anxiety and or depression, or K, some other symptom or health concern of dermatomyositis that's not otherwise listed. I do want to point out, because this is our first polling question where our audience can select more than one option, that the percentages you're seeing are not the percent of people making any selection here. It's the percent of overall responses. So you can think of these bars essentially as kind of a relative ranking, in terms of the number of responses that we're getting. So again, we here want to understand all of the different health concerns that you or your loved one have experienced. We know there's quite a number of different symptoms and health concerns. We'd like to understand that range of what you have experienced either currently or in the past.
Yes, I would just like to say that this tracks very well with what we've seen in the past with our studies and surveys, and of course what Dr. Lisa also mentioned in her presentation.
Sure, yeah, we're seeing some of the top symptoms and health effects being reported by our live audience, being the skin issues as well as fatigue. After that, we're seeing pain as well as muscle weakness in that top tier, along with sun sensitivity. We do see anxiety and depression up there quite high as well, along with difficulty swallowing, lung issues, fever, and others also reporting calcinosis. We also have quite a few other things, and we do want to hear about those. So if there's something we haven't listed, we don't want to hear only about some of the more commonly experienced symptoms and health concerns, but maybe some those that maybe many others don't also have or experience. So if we go to our second polling question, the responses will look very similar here. They are the same as the previous question, but what's different here is we'd like you to select just the top 3 of those symptoms that you would report as most troublesome for you or your loved one that you've ever had. So again, select the top 3 most troublesome dermatomyositis-related health concerns that you or your loved one have ever had. The options are the same here: A, skin issues; B, fever; C, lung issues; D, fatigue; E, muscle weakness; F, difficulty swallowing; G, sun sensitivity; H, calcinosis; I, pain; J, anxiety and or depression; or K, again, some other dermatomyositis-related health concern that isn't otherwise listed in the above options. We know this might be a little bit more difficult of a question just to narrow down to only the top 3 most troublesome. But as you're making these selections, I want you to think about why. What came to your mind when you're, for the, those of you that are selecting fatigue and skin issues as your top most troublesome health concerns? Are there specific things that are making you decide and popping to your mind that are saying, oh, this is why skin issues or lung issue or fatigue are most troublesome for me? Same goes for those of you who are kind of in the next tier, selecting muscle weakness and pain. But what's really standing out to me is that every single one of the issues listed here is in some number of people's top 3 most troublesome. So whether some of the more common symptoms and health concerns or even some of the less common ones, they're still most troublesome for some number of people, which really gets to what we've heard earlier about the heterogeneity in this population. So again, I'd like to thank you for participating in these polling questions. We'll come back to polling here shortly, but now we want to hear your voices. We want to hear the why. What are the most troublesome symptoms that you've experienced? So you can again call in or write in at any point. Again, you can call in at 1-703-844-3231. But at this point, I would like to welcome our Zoom panel. This is some individuals from your community, people living with adult dermatomyositis, as well as care partners who will be helping contribute to the conversation throughout the morning as well. So Sherry, maybe we can start with you on this question, thinking about such a wide range of different symptoms and health effects. What rises to the top maybe as the most troublesome or burdensome symptom or health effect that you've experienced?
Hi, I'm Sherry from Colorado, and my mom was diagnosed with DM, and I was her caregiver until her death. For her, the most troubling was the muscle weakness, which also caused difficulty swallowing and breathing. She was not really capable of functioning well without assistance.
So you just mentioned swallowing and breathing in addition to other things and needing assistance. Could you did she have difficulty walking, lifting things? Could you maybe describe a little bit for us the ways that the muscle weakness impacted her?
Initially, it started out with just not being able to stand up once sitting, or just a lot of muscle pain in her legs.
Mm.
And then she started feeling like she couldn't lift her arms up. And we started noticing that she had very little trunk control. So if she was seated, she would kind of just slouch or slide because she couldn't physically lift her body up to sit upright. And the muscle pain was something that was very debilitating.
Mm. And how early kind of in her journey, either with diagnosis or at least when she knew something was wrong, did she start experiencing that difficulty being able to stand up? And then how long did it take after that she was experiencing that for her to have some of that upper limb weakness and even trunk weakness as you described?
I would say probably from the time that we started noticing the muscle weakness, it was about a month or so, 4 weeks, by the time we would start to see more progression and having difficulty swallowing or not being able to stand up if she was sitting.
Sure. And in terms of what kind of globally the muscle weakness was most debilitating, but kind of as you think about her experiences and this kind of progressive disability that she had, maybe towards the end of her life, what would you describe as being the most difficult in daily life for her?
It was definitely the disability to swallow. When she couldn't swallow anymore, she had the stomach tube, and I think just the overall weakness of her trunk even caused difficulties with the stomach tube not really functioning properly. And she started down a path of having pneumonia because she kept regurgitating from the stomach tube, and ultimately that was what contributed to her death.
Right. And if you don't mind describing, thank you so much for being so willing to share your mom's experience. How did she cope with kind of this journey, experiencing kind of over time, losing functional abilities and even to the point of needing to have feeding support later in her life?
It was very difficult. She was a very active woman prior to becoming ill. She also had a very complicated health dynamic because she was also battling ovarian cancer. And so the diagnosis was particularly tricky because she had just finished chemotherapy, and any time you do chemotherapy, there's a lot of side effects that go along with it. And so when she started having side effects and reporting the side effects to her doctor, everything was brushed off to and attributed to chemotherapy.
I see.
So it made it much more difficult to actually diagnose what was truly happening, even though she was advocating for herself and saying, this is not a familiar side effect to me. Having done chemotherapy before, I never experienced this. This is different.
Wow. Well, thank you so much for sharing, Sherry. Eric, I'd like to bring you in on this topic as well. Again, thinking about that wide range of different symptoms and health effects that we saw in those polling questions. Are there kind of one or two of those that you would report as being most troublesome for you?
Good morning, James and Lynn. My name's Eric. I'm from Connecticut, and I'm living with dermatomyositis. So in answer to your question, some of the physical effects that really stood out to me were the muscle weakness, the skin rashes, and the pain involved. So when you are a patient living with all those symptoms, it affects everything you do in life, whether it's brushing teeth, sleeping, going to work. And for me, it even included wearing clothes. So just putting on clothes, trying to buckle a buckle, use a zipper, my skin, every piece of my skin was affected and was extremely painful. So it's those things that I remember most in my worst of times.
Sure. And you kind of are describing this a little bit as past tense, as you're kind of thinking back to when the worst of times maybe were. Could you put that into a little bit of perspective with us, for us? How long were you experiencing that worst of time, or is that something that periodically happens in terms of kind of maybe waxing or waning, or getting better or worse of the symptoms and symptom burden?
Sure. So at the age of 50, I started having some eyelid rash, and it was fairly minor at first, kind of just annoying. I didn't think really too much of it. Maybe it was May, so I had been out in the sun, maybe a little bit too much. I'm very active being outside, but I'm also working a lot too. At the time, I was a full-time police officer. So working, average of 60, 65 hours a week at a bare minimum, outside a lot. So those were, those were some of the tough times as far as working, trying to be diagnosed. And it was during COVID, so getting appointments during those times were very difficult as well. So I went through a series of a progression really of where my disease got worse. The heliotrope on my eyes just about shut my eyes, like some of the pictures you saw earlier with Dr. Lisa.
Yes.
The rash progressed into my chest, shawl rash, etc. So things eventually got worse. And seeing specialists, trying to see specialists between Connecticut. I went to Boston and sought out many different specialists trying to get a true diagnosis. And throughout that time was in an extreme amount of skin pain, overall pain, nerve pain. So it eventually did get worse, and eventually found some excellent treatment here in Connecticut. And through a lot of the treatments, I eventually got better. It took about a year of where most of the pain and the symptoms have since gone away. And I'm very, very fortunate, because I know that doesn't happen to a lot of people.
Sure. And you talked about kind of pain. Was this pain that was ever present pain? Was this, worse at certain times of the day, or even one day to the next? Was it pretty constant, or would you wake up some days and have much more than others?
There were days when you couldn't sleep because of the pain. There were days when ice baths on top of your whole body would not help. It's so hard to explain. I know there's people on the panel here where I can see they're nodding their heads because they understand, but to explain that to someone who doesn't have it, it's incredible the way that it affects everything, like truly the most minor things. Putting your hands inside your pocket was incredibly painful, because what it does to your every part of your skin. I was supposed to wear a gun at work, and thankfully I was an administrative guy, so a lot of what I did was in the office, and my work was very patient with me. And while I was inside, and most of my duties were inside, I was relieved from wearing a gun. I didn't have to wear that around the building. I didn't have to wear a police uniform and a police belt. I could wear comfortable clothing to work. And some days I couldn't go to work because of the pain and because of everything that it included as far as the fatigue. The fatigue became very real as well, in addition to the pain, where, if you're at a 10 o'clock a.m. staff meeting and you're falling asleep because of the pain, because you didn't sleep the night before,
Right.
It affects every bit of your life.
And the fatigue, just to help me understand that, was that primarily driven from, the disruption to sleep because of the pain, or what do you feel that there was also fatigue, whether it be muscle fatigue or other fatigue from the, underlying disease itself?
I think the fatigue affects different DM patients differently. And for me, it wasn't necessarily muscle wasn't the huge part of the fatigue part
Sure.
for me. It was just overall not being able to sleep, being completely stressed out, uncomfortable. Part of it was probably working 60 or 70 hours a week on top of that as well. But it's the overall effect. But definitely the way the disease plays on your mind, and what it does to you physically as well, as far as making you tired, being unable to sleep,
Right.
waking up all hours of the night, and not being able to properly rest.
Absolutely. Well, Eric, thank you for sharing so much of that, and even helping us, see how that so directly impacted, your ability to participate in your career as a police officer and what you could and couldn't do. So significant. I do see that we have a phone caller. We have Carly from Ohio, who's living with dermatomyositis, that would like to share some of the symptoms that are impacting her. So, Carly, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Hi, welcome.
I'm good. How are you?
We're doing great here. Carly, if you'd like to, we're kind of at this point exploring a little bit of some of the symptoms and health effects that have been most troublesome, most impacted your life. I believe you have some of that experience you'd like to share with us, so we'd love to hear it.
Sure. I was diagnosed at age 9 with juvenile dermatomyositis. I am now going to be 37 next month. The symptoms that I've had is muscle weakness, fatigue. I also have the severe calcifications all throughout my body. I was put on prednisone, methotrexate, and then in 2006, I was in the Rituxan research drug study at the University of Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, that didn't work for me, but I was able to see a patient after me. It worked for him, and he was able and got better. So I was very scared at that time because I couldn't walk. I was in a wheelchair. But now my dermato is stable, and my calcium deposits are stable. They're not getting any worse. I have a very good support system, and that has helped me tremendously. I was able to graduate from high school. I was able to get my driver's license after the doctor said I would not be able to. And I'm living right now the best that I can. I want to encourage the other patients to, keep fighting. We can't let dermato win. I'm hoping that my story will give them hope and encouragement to keep their head held high and just keep pushing forward, because that's what we need to do to stay strong.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate that, Carly. And if you don't mind me following up with you a little bit, I'd like to, hear a little bit more, since you've, been living with dermatomyositis for several decades. You talked about, that it's relatively stable now. Would you, how have, the muscle weakness, the fatigue, the pain that you described, even the calcifications, have different of those things been more troublesome for you at different, points in your journey living with this condition? Can you maybe speak to that a little bit?
Yes. When I first started having my symptoms at age 8.
Yeah.
Falling down, extreme muscle pain and weakness, and that continued until, and it is still here today, but not as bad. I am also on IVIG, and fortunately, that's where I am now. I'm getting my treatment, but the calcifications do cause a lot of pain, and soreness. I have to be very careful not to bump them because they're clear, like they're on my elbows and knees, and I am able, like I said, I was in a wheelchair, but I am able to walk now.
Okay.
Because of the ongoing IVIG, which I will be on for the rest of my life. The prednisone I will be on for the rest of my life. I have the skin rash. I have the Raynaud's. I have dysphagia. I have everything that.
Yeah. Well, Carly.
Everything that has been described.
Wow. I mean, that's an unbelievable, burden that you're carrying. I'm so pleased to hear that you've been able to find a support system, and that your symptoms have become stable, even though that doesn't mean you're better. You're still living with so much. But I really appreciate you sharing that, and I share it with you that hopefully your story helps provide others hope. I'd like to check back in with our Zoom panel here and maybe check in with Shauna. We've been talking about a number of symptoms. As Eric said, different symptoms affect different people with dermatomyositis differently. What symptoms have been most troublesome for you? What does that look like for you?
Hi, I'm Shauna Nielsen, and I'm from Northern California. I have dermatomyositis myself, and I've had it for 25 years. So I've had all of the symptoms. Everybody's talked about, save the calcinosis. My version doesn't have calcinosis.
Okay.
And I've had the top line treatments from a fantastic university, medical center, which is where most people need to go to get this kind of knowledge. It's a rare, rare disease. So finding the knowledgeable medical team is really important. Well, I can manage the rash. It means staying out of the sun. It means special film on your car windows to avoid the sun. I can manage most of the symptoms. What is left years later with good treatment for me is endurance issues. So I don't have the muscle fatigue in the same way. If I do too much, I hurt for sure. But day to day, I don't wake up in pain.
Okay.
But the amount of activity I can do in a day is very limited. So that's the part that's the hardest. I'm probably 60% of a normal person, and I can't travel easily. I need oxygen to travel. So 2 hours is my limit. I can't do altitude, and I can't do long drives. So that means I miss weddings. I miss graduations. I worry about camping with grandkids. Can I save them if they go into the water? It's a lifestyle and social lack that's hard for me. I can do day to day. I can get to the store with a mask because I'm a high risk for all those diseases out there. But I don't get the extra social life on top of it. It's all I can do to manage a family. And that's the part that's left with me is, yes, I have some muscle fatigue. I can go upstairs slowly, but then I need to pause. And that makes concerts difficult. If you need stairs to get to the bathroom, you look silly. I can't do it quickly. I grab onto the back of people's seats and scare them so that I can stay stable getting back down to my seat. So it's the lack of ability to access those enjoyment activities that I'm left with over time. And so better treatments, getting us better faster, getting doctors aware of what it is early so we don't decline so steeply. I had 3 years. In the beginning, I was down to 30 steps a day. Now I can walk 2 miles a day, but I can't do hills even with a service dog. And when we retire, 2 miles isn't enough to get to that thing you want to see.
So you've really been. I loved some of the examples and descriptions, and even the putting it in terms of like 60% of maybe what an unaffected person might be able to do in a day. I am curious, on any given day, you're saying these days it's, you kind of have a 2 mile limit to being able, how many steps you can take. Is there much variation? Like, do some days, is it, you can't even make it to that 2 mile mark? Are there other days that, You can easily make that 2 miles. Maybe you feel more energized. I guess what I'm getting at, are there those good days and bad days? And is there any way to predict, those?
To predict it, if you have a graduation to go to, you might have to rest for 3 days to be able to do what's necessary for that event.
Yeah.
If you overdo it one day and you want to get ready for camping, I have to do that 3 days ahead and then rest for 2 days.
I see.
So that I'm able to set up and the amount of equipment I must take, oxygen, BiPAP, shade structures, find a site with electricity to run those things, and go to the redwoods where there's no sun. I mean, it's a challenge. I still do them.
Right.
But the payoff is then when I get home, I may have to rest for 4 days to catch up.
I see. No, that makes a lot of sense. I do see that we've gotten a number of written comments that have come in on this topic of most troublesome symptoms and health effects. Lynn, what are you seeing from the web?
Thank you, everybody. This is just amazing. I hear there's a lot here. Talk about some of the health effects here from Diane in Missouri. Talks about how her sleeping routine has changed since the diagnosis with sleep apnea, teeth grinding, and unable to sleep, which of course would probably lead to fatigue. We've got Nicole in Kissimmee, Florida, who talks about symptoms that have most impacted her around muscle pain, stiffness of the thighs, shoulders, neck, severe scalp issues, and flares of skin rash on her torso and hips. Felicia in Silver Springs talks about, on her best day, she says, DM affects my ability to comb my hair, something that I don't worry about much, but on my worst days can cause challenges that impacts my ability to function in society. Erica in Dallas also talks about being diagnosed with juvenile dermatomyositis at 4. I was in and out of the hospital, then many years on prednisone. Her DM has stayed, she says, has stayed on the back burner for the most part. She's now 43, and she feels like it's coming back. She's constantly in pain, significantly tired with no strength. Some more here that Jean in Williamstown, New Jersey talks about extreme skin itchiness and rash for almost 2 years before treatment worked, soreness in her mouth, and couldn't grip things, and lost almost half of her hair because of the skin issues. Then we've got Marcos in Mexico. I was diagnosed with dermatomyositis in 2021, and I still have symptoms such as calcifications. Magdalena in Mexico also says that I'm very bothered by sciatic pain that goes down from her buttocks all the way down to her leg and foot. It just on and on. Peter in Las Cruces talks about being an MDA5 patient. He was diagnosed only a year ago, but suffers fatigue and difficulty breathing. He's now in multiple therapy regimes, and his doctor tells him that his lung function is not good.
Wow.
So that's what we're hearing, considerably repeating the fatigue and pain issues. Sure. And there's more on here, but we need to go to.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, we really appreciate all of the written comments that are coming in, and we'll be sharing many of them throughout today, but know that if we don't get to your comment, that we have received it and we will be including it in the Voice of the Patient report. So I'd like to, build on the topic. We've been exploring a lot of some of the symptoms and health effects that have been most troubling for you all. I'd like to, broaden that, and of course we still can hear about different symptoms and health effects, but how is that impacting you in your daily lives? And so I'd like to go to another polling question at this point, so you can go to that webpage you have open in another tab or on the browser on your phone, or you can go ahead now and go to www.pollev.com/adultdm. And here we want to know what specific activities of daily life that are important to you or your loved one are you or they not able to do, either at all or struggle to do due to dermatomyositis. And here again, you can select up to the top 3 specific activities that are impacted, that are important to you. The options are A, ability to walk, B, preparing meals or completing household tasks, C, participating in sports or other recreational activities, D, restful sleeping, E, self-care, like bathing, F, attending school, G, working or having a career, H, attending social events with family or friends, or I, some other activity in daily life that's important to you or your loved one that you or they are not able to do or struggle with as a result of this condition. So again, as you're making these selections, I'd like for you to think about, what is making these activities difficult for you or impossible? Why are these important activities, and how has this impacted you over time? Every time we have one of these pollings, I always want you to think of the why behind your selection. As it stands, it looks like one of the top specific activities that's impacted is the ability to attend social events with family or friends. After that, we're seeing sports or other recreational activities, restful sleeping as some of the top activities that are impacted. After that, we're seeing working or having a career, the ability to walk, as well as even the ability to prepare meals or perform household tasks as being impacted. We're seeing everything here except for self-care, things like bathing, being in the top 3 activities that are impacted for our live audience today. So I'd like to now bring us back and invite you, if you'd like to share your experiences with the impacts on activities in daily life, to call in. You can do so at 1-703-844-3231. Again, you can do that 1-703-844-3231. Of course, you can also submit written comments in that form that's under the player on the website today. But I'd like to start the conversation here again with our Zoom panel. And Corinne, I'd like to bring you into this discussion first. As you're thinking about the different impacts in daily life, what's important to you that has been impacted, and what has made those activities difficult or impossible?
Thank you, James. Hi, I'm Corinne. I live on the central coast of California, and I'm living with amyopathic dermatomyositis. So I like to share that distinction because I don't have the muscle involvement that is very typical with dermatomyositis patients.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a little bit of difficulty filling out that poll, but one of the biggest things that's standing out to me, because I am a graduate student currently, I'm in my first year, and I'm also working, and I'm also trying to balance a social life, being a young adult. That's what I do. So like for me, one of my biggest symptoms that affects my daily life is the pain from arthritis and also the skin involvement. I have skin rash, but it's also really severe skin severity, which to some points will cause me to I have this tug of war between the arthritis and the skin sensitivity. So it challenges me when I'm having to work in front of a computer to write my next discussion forum or attend my next class that's online, and all of these different things that just, for most individuals, it would be simple, easy, fine.
Yeah.
And with my specific uniqueness to not having this muscle involvement, and like the fatigue also affects being able to be functional, and the brain fog, especially when I'm writing papers. And I have due dates that are due within a week, and I do have like accommodations, but I'm trying to, once again, always straddle this line that I personally straddle as a dermatomyositis patient, of being too sick for the normal world, but not being sick enough sometimes even for other dermatomyositis patient world.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a hard line to teeter.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, well, that being said, the impacts that you've described, do sound severe and clearly are impacting your life. And so I'd like to explore, you kind of described having to sit down and answer a discussion question or write a paper. Can you kind of, share an example of, a time where, you tried to do one of those things? What were you feeling? What were you able to kind of either push through in terms of symptoms? When did that become intolerable? Just can help us understand what that looks like and feels like.
Okay. Yeah. So something that's unique for me is a lot of typically for people with arthritis, like summertime heat is great. But if you have sun sensitivity or skin sensitivity, it's the worst. So sometimes on hotter days, luckily it's foggy where I'm at right now, my skin will start becoming unbearable and I start having to just lay face down on my bed and hoping that my skin cools down and then getting up several times from my chair. I've been actually quite amazed that I've been able to sit this long. I'll probably be getting up here in a second because for me, movement is key. I can never sit longer than 20 minutes at a time at a computer. And so it's like constant disruption. So you have that, you're trying to write a paper, or you're trying to write a form, or you're trying to attend class, or you're trying to make phone calls to work. And you have to keep getting up and your attention is taken away. And then you throw the layer of brain fog, you might forget what you were writing, or you might forget what you were saying to an individual for work. Especially since I work mostly remotely and I also am doing school remotely because being in person, I can't risk being exposed as much because I'm on immunosuppressants too to maintain that arthritis and that skin sensitivity. And so it's like this constant juggle and it's exhausting. And so you think I would sleep all the time, but instead I am probably with a lot of my colleagues, sleep is kind of a fleeting thing. Like I do sleep well enough to be functional, but there are days after I've written a paper or I've worked, I have to like lay down or rest for 2 hours to be able to go on to schoolwork and to go on to class before I can. And sometimes that's even longer. And sometimes I have to keep my camera off during class because I'm just in so much pain and it's very visible. And a lot of my friends that are in my classes will know quite instantly if I'm off camera, I'm not having a good day.
Right. Well, we really appreciate you being here on camera as you have been today. And of course, if you do need to get up and move around, we fully understand that. I'd like to bring Lisa into the discussion here too, as we're exploring the ways that this condition impacts you and your daily lives. Is there something that comes to mind to you as being particularly difficult or impossible?
Hi, I'm Lisa Snyderman. I'm from the San Francisco Bay Area of California. I've been living with dermatomyositis for 16 years, diagnosed in 2008. Thank you. I appreciate being here today. And my gosh, what a way just as my peers and colleagues and friends have described, dermatomyositis affects every part of daily life. It means even when I'm well managing it, I feel like the choices that I have to make are limiting the things that I've decided to do. So, anything, the most recent example for me is that we got a puppy. So this is right after I decided I'm an artist and I was participating remotely in something really cool because I can't be there in person because of my dermatomyositis. So I'm explaining it because after I decided to put myself in this position and overextend because it's such an exciting opportunity, we got a puppy. Now, so what that means is that I flared. And I am just right now, because of the meds that I'm taking and going up on my prednisone, I'm able to deal with the fact that we added something to my daily life. The puppy meant that I had to bend, remove the pee pad, take the puppy, lift the puppy, take the puppy outside and walk the puppy. This is stamina that I don't have. And so what I was describing it as the most was depletion. I got utterly depleted, and to the point where my husband and I were trying to decide, is it hospital time? Is it, meds, upping the meds? Is it me going back on my infusions? Like, all of those choices that we have to make, you know, so I can say right now, I can sit here and say, yes, my husband has to take care of the house cleaning and the vacuuming and the heavy lifting. He has to do all the food shopping. He has to do the food prep. He has to do all the work, yard work and all the driving. This is all true.
Yeah.
But for me right now, personally, like what I'm feeling the most is, wow, I was managing this so well. Like from 2020, I felt like, okay, I went off my infusions and decided during COVID that because my risk was so high, that for me, that was like super important to make that decision that I need to manage this condition.
No, that's extremely helpful, you know, to kind of help understand, you know, obviously not only, you know, the managing of the symptoms, but what managing actually kind of looks like and means. You did mention you overextended. You felt, you know, you reached a point of being depleted. You also used a term, you said you had a flare. Was that the same as that feeling of depletion, or was that something different?
For me, a flare means that I am no longer able to manage my daily life in the way that I would traditionally manage. So say I was on, in my case, 12 milligrams of prednisone. I've been on prednisone for 16 years. That's my mainstay. So at that point, I have to then confer with my doctor and figure out what is the treatment, what happens. You know, many of us living with DM get sick or have other things happen on top. I have another condition called CVID, which is common variable immune deficiency. So I live with very low antibodies, which means that I'm extremely immune suppressed and also very likely to get infections. So I'm constantly managing multiple diseases. And that, you know, for that, it means that if I flare, I have to figure out what does that look like, right? Like you're asking. In my case, it is mostly muscle weakness, extreme fatigue. So to the point, and then this was my not happy symptom. I went up on prednisone to 20 milligrams, which doesn't seem like that much from like 12. But guess what? For my body to go up, I ended up having insomnia. So the problem was now I'm having additional side effects that are now affecting the ability to even come back. If you don't get sleep, you're not going to be able to function. I mean, I know that, and a lot of my, you know, friends are shaking heads because they know how important sleep is.
Right. Another, you know, kind of question just to help me even better understand here is, you know, you seem very in tune with, you know, kind of managing, you know, I'll say it in different words, you know, choosing, you know, how much to do or not to do, you know, in your daily life, you know, so that way you avoid, you know, overextending. You know, how do you calibrate, you know, how much you feel you need to manage your life or limit those activities? You know, is there, you know, do you kind of generally know this week I have, you know, a little bit more energy, I can allow myself to do a little bit more, you know, kind of how do you think about that, and what does that actually look like for you?
A great question. So a lot of us are familiar with this term spoons. It basically is a way to manage these energy units by thinking about that you have a limited number of energy units at the beginning of your day, and then you spend them through activities like showering or food prep or going out, right? So for me, it is always choice. It is, I always think that is what DM has been for me for 16 years. Is every day I have choices to make. And it doesn't mean that I'm not managing my condition or that I don't feel stable. I'm always making choices though. If I want to go out, it means, as Shauna had, you know, spoken to before, we need to prep. Not only like sun gear and water and all those things, we need to think about the fact that if I go out, it means I'm not doing this. It means I have to take this nap, and it means that my choice is I'm going to do one activity. I will go to the store with my husband and sit in the car, or I will, right? Like I have a choice to make.
Right.
That's how I decide every day. And I will also add, like Cece's talking about, Corinne, excuse me, is talking about, is that the other aspect for me is that I make choices knowing that I might pay for them later, like doing my remote participation. I was on a robot, okay? And the whole point was that I was on it for hours at a time. And I intentionally chose that activity knowing that I would have to pay for that differently later.
Wow, so helpful. Thank you so much for sharing all of that. I do see we have a couple of phone callers here, so I'd like to bring them into this discussion as well. Let's start with Veronica from Michigan, who's writing in, about some of the, activities that are difficult for her to perform, and how that has impacted how she views herself and and so Veronica, I'd like to bring you into this conversation. Welcome to the program. Are you with us?
Good. Thanks. Thank you for doing this for us.
Oh, you're very welcome. So Veronica, I know you, when you called in, you wanted to share some of the activities that you're not able to perform, and some of the things that maybe are less visible, to people who don't know this condition or maybe intimately know you. So we'd love to hear about those things.
Exactly. Actually, when Shona was talking about going to concerts and things like that, I totally identify with her because my two daughters are in the mid-20s. So that's the time that you weigh, right, as a woman, like, oh, my God, I want to enjoy so many things with my girls. Yeah. And I try as much as I do, but sometimes you're afraid to even ask for help. Like I went to visit my daughter in California, and the line to get into the plane was so long, and my older walking in the airport and everything, I was already tired. My legs were giving me a hard time. So they announced, like, okay, people who need help or have children or from the military, they can come forward and go first. So I told my husband, you know what? I hate to do this, but I can't stand anymore. So let's go. Let's see. So I go in, and immediately I felt people looking at me like, really? Like, what's wrong with you? Because our illness is invisible for a lot of people.
Right.
So I felt terrible. I felt like, just to start, I'm a minority. I'm Hispanic. Mm-hmm. So I know there's already people who judge me because of that. And adding to that, now my illness.
Right.
So I felt like, do I need to have a T-shirt that says, I have an autoimmune disease, I have muscle weakness, and ask me about dermatomyositis? I sometimes feel like I'm a crafter, so sometimes I feel like I should make a T-shirt that says that and go everywhere just so people know why I'm asking for help. I know in concerts or certain places you can ask for request a disability place, but if you're not in a wheelchair, then people look at you like, what the heck are you doing there? So it is really hard for me. And recently we went to Mexico because I couldn't see my family because of COVID. Then I got sick. So it has been easily like 6-7 years that I have been able to see my family. So went there, and due to the dermatomyositis, when I talk a lot, which Latinos, we talk a lot, I have a hoarse voice. So I start losing my voice. So by the second day we were there, the first day I have to stay in the hotel, and I told my family, you know what, go ahead, do your stuff today. I can't because I'm tired physically, but I totally lost my voice, so I couldn't talk. So I had to stay in the hotel by myself the whole day. And maybe for some people it's like, oh, I have a day for myself. But I'm not that kind of mom. I'm the kind of mom that if my kids are with me, that's all I want. Right. So that's the only thing I wanted to share, that sometimes it's even hard to ask for help because you feel embarrassed and really wondering if I should make a T-shirt that says, my autoimmune disease is not visible to you, but it hurts. Ask me about dermatomyositis. I don't know. It sounds silly, but sometimes I feel that way.
No, it's not silly at all, and I really just can't thank you enough for, being willing to kind of share not just the physical impacts of this disease, but the social and even emotional impacts that this disease has. And I'm hearing from you, feelings not only of obviously it being difficult to be viewed that way, not only just by strangers, but even family members, and how isolating that feels. So, Veronica, thank you so much for sharing all of that. We have another phone caller. We have Lindsay from Minneapolis, also living, with the condition, and would like to share some of her experiences. So, Lindsay, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
I am. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here. I've been covering a lot of ground here, a lot of different impacts of this condition and what that looks like in life. Would be very interested to hear what you would like to share.
Yeah, so I was diagnosed in March of 2023, so very recently, and it kind of has felt like in the last 14 or so months that like everything I've ever worked for in life has been taken away from me. I was someone who worked very hard for my career. I was coming into my own. I felt like the sky was the limit. And then I was left wondering what the rest of my life would look like, not being able to take care of myself, my partner having to quit his job to stay home because I was physically unable to be left alone. I think the one thing that's really hard is when you have a disease that is dynamic, in the sense that we have a dynamic disability, that it ebbs and flows, is you're constantly wondering, was that the last time I did this? Was that the last time I downhill skied? Or was that the last vacation I took with my girlfriends? Because you never know what's going to happen with your body. And going off of a little bit of what Veronica said, mentioning her experience at the airport and feeling like people are looking at you, you're constantly having to advocate for yourself. So not only are you dealing with having your world turned upside down, but then you're also having to manage everyone else's expectations of you.
Mm-hmm.
And then adding in just like the executive function it takes to be somebody who is chronically ill, to manage your appointments, to stay on top of your treatment, to be figuring out what works for you and what doesn't work for you, and to be keeping tabs on it all. I mean, it is a full-time job by itself, and it is overwhelming.
Yeah. No, it's incredible to hear this, Lindsay, and I think it does build on some of what we've heard from others. But one thing that really struck me from what you said was this idea of, is this the last time I'll be able to do this activity? And I just wonder if you could help me understand that a little more. Is that, because there are worries about, maybe worsening of certain symptoms that you experience? What is driving that worry that you have? Because I expect it's based off of, the experiences that you've already had. And perhaps having things that you can't have already had the last of.
Right. So my dermatomyositis shows up heavily with the muscle weakness.
Yeah.
My CK levels right now are over 10,000, and my max CK levels that got me hospitalized were 21,000. And so for me, the muscle weakness and the muscle loss, there's concern of what will come back when my numbers go down? What abilities will I get back when that inflammation is gone? I was a marathon runner. I loved working out. I loved swimming. I loved being active. And there are days now where I struggle to put on my own clothes because my muscles are so weak. I used to be able to do 35 dumbbells in each arm for a chest press, and now I can barely do 3 pounds in each arm. If I were to fall down right now, I'm home alone, I would have a really hard time getting off the ground. And so it's that fear of what will my body be like after this flare? What will I have to work back from? What will I have to figure out? And there is some of that, that long-term fear of, will I ever be even remotely close to the person I was before I got sick?
Right. Wow. Well, Lindsay, thank you so much for being willing to share, so much about your experience. I do want to, we have one more topic for this morning session to get to, but before we do that, I want to quickly check in with Zoom to see if there's anything we haven't heard much about yet on the, around current experiences or past experiences with symptoms and impacts on daily life. Yes, Kareen.
Thanks, James. This is Kareen again from California. I just want to highlight something that is the exhaustive part that is internal, is the narrative of you constantly making choices. So part of being a patient is you also have to risk assess what an activity will take away or add to, and also the risk assess of, if I interact with those I love or even the general public, will this cause me to get sick? And if I get sick, what will that look like for me? Or if I'm in the sun just a little, maybe 2 minutes too long, will that backtrack me? And it's like a constant thing that we're always anxious about is, will I be a little different even in the afternoon or the next day? Yeah. And will this push me back to teetering back to what I was before, or even to a more severe point? And it's exhausting. Like for me, I have the antibody that's related to lung disease. And I am very anxious all the time about being sick, but I have to live. I have to see people I love, because social isolation and loneliness is just as debilitating as some of these physical diseases. This anxiety and depression and the mental turmoil that people and patients and caregivers, those care partners, it's constant. And you are the only one that can advocate for yourself. And you do get looks, you do get asked of why, or have you tried this diet? Have you prayed it away? Have you done all of these different things? And there's often times where I'm just saying, I feel like I'm a failure as a person because I'm sick and I can't control it.
Oh, it's really important, and we've, heard it come up a few times, but I think you said it very well in terms of, there is the, real, mental health and emotional impact that's layered on top of all of this. And, the fact that, you're being put in this position to have to make so many choices that have so many consequences on top of, people not understanding. So thank you for adding that in. I do know that we have gotten a lot of written comments on this topic as well. So I want to check in with Lynn.
Yes. Shaylee from New Delhi says that I am not able to stand up from the floor due to leg weakness. We have another one down here that I think is very pertinent, and that's Holly from Yardley, Pennsylvania, says, my voice and swallowing. As a singer and a musical instrument player, I have been robbed of my ability to sing effectively, for hire, and play all of my chosen instruments, harmonica and many others. My ability to breathe due to a non-functioning soft palate causes me no longer to be an effective public speaker. I'm also an actor. It's been heartbreaking not to make music for myself or as a career. One other one here is from Anne Elizabeth in France, who says pain management and moral well-being are what has affected her life, which is a new one that has not come up in terms of the issue about pain and pain management. And one other one, real quickly, to find up here. Nicole in Florida. I have developed depression due to the significant impact on my previous lifestyle and therefore quality of life, anxiety around treatment regime, and corresponding loss of flexibility in day-to-day life and in limited social life.
Well, I want to thank everybody again for writing in. I know there's many more than we're able to get to and share live here today. But again, just remember that we are getting them all and will be including them in the Voice of the Patient summary report. So with the time that we have left, it's now this afternoon, at least here on the East Coast, but from this morning's session, we want to recognize that, clearly this community, is facing so much day to day, in terms of what's right in front of you all, but you also bear a burden of having to think about the future. And we've heard some of that even come out in some of the comments today already. But let's do one final polling question here together. So go ahead again and go to pollev.com/adultdm. If you kept that page open from earlier, we have one final polling question for this morning session, which is, what worries you the most about your or your loved one's condition in the future? Select the top 3. Here, the options we have for you are A, the worsening ability to walk, B, impacts on social and family life, C, that my skin symptoms will get worse, D, that my non-skin symptoms will get worse, E, developing lung problems, F, the inability to live alone, G, falling, H, dying prematurely, I, the ability to start my own family, or J, some other worry that you have that represents a top 3 worry you have about you living with this condition in the future. So again, as you're making your selections here, I know it's difficult to pick only 3 of these, but as you're making those difficult selections, I want you to think about why you're making these. Are these things that you think about, are kind of on your mind day in and day out? Are these things that are big worries that you have that are bigger, longer term worries? Or these worries that you have, about something that could happen next week or next month? So as it stands, it looks like the top worries being reported, number 1 is dying prematurely and impacts on social and family life. Also up there, we're seeing worsening ability to walk and that non-skin symptoms will get worse. We're also seeing kind of in the top tier, the inability to live alone and that skin symptoms will get worse. But notably, every single different worry listed here is in some number of individuals' top 3 greatest worries for the future, as well as a number of others that weren't listed in this polling question. And of course, we would want to hear about those worries as well as we dive into the discussion. And so again, if you would like to share your worries for the future, you can do so by calling in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that number is 1-703-844-3231. And you can, of course, submit written comments using that comment box on the webpage you're following along today. So I'd like to come back here and start the discussion again with our Zoom panel. Eric, I'd like to maybe start this topic with you as you shared a lot of some of the things that are kind of most troubling you, but as you think about living life and getting older with this condition, are there certain worries or fears that you have?
Sure. I think the first one I clicked on was dying early. Yeah. When I was first diagnosed at 50, I did some quick Googling and I saw incorrect information, but it said I saw one that said estimate of lifespan after diagnosis is 5 to 7 years. So that was terrifying. I'm 50 years old. I'm working full time. I have a family, and that was truly a concern. And I learned later that was false. That there's people that live with this and go on with maintenance for many years. But I'm also part of a support group in which I see people who have had it for a while and do have worsening symptoms. We've lost a few from our group, some that passed on. So that's always terrifying. So you think about the future in addition to whatever else you're gonna possibly look at. You know, as we get older, we age and we deal with other symptoms. So is this going to make things worse? Certainly, our risks are up there. So you kind of think about everything back and forth, like what was I going to get if I didn't get DM, and now that I have it, it's going to exacerbate anything else that I get in the future. So, you know, kind of a tough reality to know. My life has probably been shortened a little bit by this diagnosis.
Right.
So, you know, you kind of appreciate what you have. I am so appreciative of where I am right now, the medications that I've received, the treatment that I've received in order to get me where I am right now. I'm very appreciative. I am, if you didn't know, if you looked at me, you wouldn't know that I have this. And I'm so blessed in that respect.
Yeah. And honestly, sometimes, you know, seeing people on Zoom, you know, the talking head does not, just like, you know, even seeing someone in the airport doesn't tell the full story. Certainly us being kind of seated here today does not either. And so, you know, thank you, Eric, for being willing to, you know, talk about that and something, you know, as you know, fundamental as having to think about lifespan, you know, to you know, having to worry about years being taken off your life. I do want to just ask one question, which is, you know, are there, you know, is that a kind of a general worry that you have, just knowing that kind of the statistics that it does shorten the lifespan, or, you know, are there any particular, you know, symptoms or health effects that you've been managing that kind of more specifically feed into that worry or concern?
For me, I don't have anything very specific. As I said, I'm one of those that was diagnosed early. I had symptoms and I was diagnosed within 6 months. There are people who go many years without being diagnosed, and it worsens their symptoms. I was diagnosed early, treated early. I am doing very well, so I don't have anything very specific. I worry about, you know, I guess if anything, I worry about maybe some lung involvement.
Sure.
Because my muscles aren't severely affected by it. So that's kind of where I'm at.
No, and that you know, makes a lot of sense, and you know, even onset of new, you know, health effects and issues, you know, and that uncertainty of if and when, you know, I think we can all appreciate from what we've heard today. Sherry, I'd like to also bring you in on this topic. I know for you, you know, with your mother passing away, you know, there might have been things that, you know, were either to her or to you as her, you know, kind of care partner, you know, worrisome over time. You know, do you have any reflections on this, you know, thinking back to, you know, you're supporting her?
Yes, I feel like in her situation, the symptoms kind of came on quickly and progressed rapidly. And in the grand scheme of things, she did get a diagnosis rather quickly comparatively, but her symptoms were very severe and her body was very depleted very quickly. And so there was kind of a point of just no return. But watching that decline happened so rapidly and her losing the ability to swallow and speak, it resonated with me when I heard the caller say that, you know, as a Hispanic, talking and being with family, and that's who my mom was. She was very, very talkative. She loved talking with her relatives and really anyone who would give her the time. And losing her ability to speak was heartbreaking.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for reflecting back on that for us all. I do also see we have a phone caller, Nancy from Northern California, you know, who wants to share, you know, some reflections on, this condition. So Nancy, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us? Nancy, I'd like to welcome you. Are you with us? If you're there, you can say something now. Let us know that you're with us. If not, we can try to get you back in a moment. All right, well, we'll try back there. I do want to come back to our Zoom panel, and maybe, Shauna, we can bring you in on this, topic of worries and fears for the future. Is there something that stands out in your mind, or maybe in that polling question was one of the easier selections to make there?
Lots and lots of worries. The burden of our medications and the side effects from those medications is a whole nother worry in itself. One of the top tier treatments for me caused a heart attack. And in your mid-50s, the doctor was very surprised. So yes, worrying about our life, sometimes we don't die of the myositis, we die of the complications. Myositis can go to your heart and cause myocarditis and weakness of the heart. Pulmonary hypertension, which is very life-limiting. That's a lung condition. The side effects are just a huge burden. And so will continuing to take the steroids cause diabetes? Yeah. That might be what works for you, but you risk losing. So I have very fair, thin skin from it. So I tear skin if I just rub my arm.
Right.
Like a 90-year-old, and I'm 60.
Absolutely.
So lots of things that we have to worry about over time. And then what does your family think when you have a heart attack in your 50s? Their belief about you. And I have fabulous support, but it's a burden.
Right. Absolutely.
Is that what you were asking for?
Yes. No. Of course. And just to kind of continue to build on this, Lise, if we can bring you into this topic as well, anything either building on what we've heard or different from what we've heard in terms of concerns for the future.
Yes, Shauna has definitely nailed my biggest one, which is I've been on prednisone for 16 years, and I'd like to know, I already have osteoporosis, so I'd like to understand what are my risks for continuing to stay on this drug that is my mainstay. It really does help me. Quality of life issues. So what happens if treatments stop working? Now I'm able to manage it, and I'm happy about that. What happens when or if they stop? So there's some anxiety around that. I've been in the hospital before, so like my biggest go-to fear is like, I do not want to go back into the hospital, so like those things of like, can I manage not only with a care partner, but like, can I manage that? And what happens if I have to go into the hospital? Also, as I noted, for me, living with multiple diseases, so the coexistence of managing other diseases with this over time. One thing we didn't talk about is every time something goes down in our lives, we always ask, and this is not, I'm speaking for a lot of us because it feels like this happens, where we go, is it dermatomyositis or is it something else? And so that continual question of how DM is going to impact our lives. I don't speak for others, I'm speaking for me. But my last one is if rashes come back. So I've been really good about controlling it. And I would like to, know that I actually had my first flare of a rash since 2011. That just happened with this last flare. And I was mortified because my brain and body were like, no, that is never coming back. And it did. So that is a fear of mine, is like, what if it stays?
Right. No, very, very, all very insightful. And just to comment on, both your and Shauna's comments about, worries about, treatments and treatments continuing to work, but also the impacts of treatments. It's almost like you were, perfectly queued up to help tee up the afternoon discussion, which is, we're going to really explore those experiences with treatments. And I think your comments will be even put into better context once we do that. I do hear that we have Nancy back, and apologies, Nancy, I understand that it can be hard to stay on hold when you might need to step up and step away as a result of the symptoms of this condition. So hopefully we have you back, and I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, James, I'm here. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, no.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody for sharing, because for me, I was diagnosed last May with MDM after 6 months of the doctors trying to figure out what was going on with me. And my DM is complicated with the NXP2 positive, and so I don't have the skin rashes, but I have severe muscle fatigue and pain.
Yeah.
I have calcifications that are all over my body. They feel like marbles underneath my skin that cause a lack of sleep, a lack of being able to sit down. I turned 66 yesterday, and as a very active woman, physically in design and construction and traveling around the country, and a whole lifestyle of a design architect, I can't I can't work anymore. I'm not able to go to job sites. We have a Victorian that has 3 sets of stairs. I'm limited to one floor. My husband takes care of me, and he's had to, retire earlier to do that. And it's been really difficult, because we found out with NXP2, they at Stanford, they did a whole malignancy treatment to see what that cancer was active, and we did find that I have stage 0 on esophageal and stomach cancer, as well as ulcerative colitis, which I never had any of those before. So my symptoms are different, just like everybody else's, but I share so much of what everybody else is going through.
Sure.
The pain and the uncertainty is rather alarming.
Yes.
But, we're planners, so we're planning for the future. We don't know what that looks like.
Right.
And making severe lifestyle changes so that I can have that mobility,
Right.
And still be able to function if how this changes. And to top it off, my husband has macular degeneration, so we're planning for both of us. So it's a complication of not just one, but my care provider. We're positive on this because we know how to change our environment, but really dealing with something that's so uncontrollable as our symptoms,
Right.
and not being able to not being able to be stable, as they said. My symptoms are not stable, or I don't have a benchmark yet, because we're still going through the whole regimen of all the different treatments, and I'll call in later about that.
Absolutely.
But the pain and the inconsistency and the lack of mobility is day to day. Every day is different.
Yes.
And I think I just went through my second flare-up, and coming out of it in the last 2 weeks, where I can now walk,
Right.
Which is a big win again.
Yeah. Well, Nancy, this has been very helpful, and I really appreciate you as someone who's more newly diagnosed, adding and letting us know that so many of even the experiences of people that have been living with the condition for so many years, you're already kind of, experiencing those things, but, also, the added uncertainty that provides, and what that looks like. So thank you so much. So I know we're a little over time here, so I do want to thank all of our callers and our Zoom panel for everything that you've contributed, and we'll give the final word on this topic of worries for the future to some of the comments that I know have come in on the web. So Lynn?
Yes, we have, let me see, lost my place here. Holly in Pennsylvania. My concern is that I age is longevity and my ability to stay independent and productive. We also have Nicole talking about what worries and frustrates me about my condition is the lifelong need for treatment that limits my ability to work and live a life. and Arlene in Abington, Maryland. My largest concern is my lung health. Knowing the interstitial lung disease may not respond to medicine if it goes to rapidly progressing ILD, it increases my mortality rate.
Yes.
I think that pretty much sums it up. It's a good segue in this afternoon.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, Lynn, for sharing that, and to everyone who contributed. This has been a truly incredible and informative session on helping us understand what it is to live with adult dermatomyositis. We will be taking a break now and rejoining at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, so just about 30 minutes from now, where we will be building on this morning's discussion by hearing your experiences with current treatments and getting your perspectives around what you'd like to see from future treatments. So for now, we'll take a break and we'll see you at 1 p.m. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the externally led patient-focused drug development meeting on adult dermatomyositis. My name is James Valentine. I'm your meeting moderator. I'm here in the studio with Lynn Wilson, my co-host from Myositis Support and Understanding, and we're pleased to have you all back after such a fruitful discussion this morning to help us understand what it is to live with this condition as we transition this afternoon to build on that and understand your experiences with current treatments and preferences for future treatments. But before we get into that, I'd like to turn it over to Lynn to introduce and welcome our next speaker. Lynn.
Thank you, James. I would now like to introduce Dr. Rohit Aggarwal, who will provide an overview of the treatments and clinical trials for adult dermatomyositis. Dr. Aggarwal is professor of medicine at the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center and co-director of the UPMC Myositis Center. Dr. Aggarwal is a great advocate for our community. He is the author of the book, Managing Myositis, A Practical Guide, and a video series, Myositis 101, that educates the patient about myositis in accessible terms. So, over to you, Dr. Aggarwal.
Hello there. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to present this talk on adult dermatomyositis treatment overview. Here are my disclosures. First of all, I want to establish that dermatomyositis is clearly a disease of significant unmet need. We have poor quality of life, specifically health-related quality of life in all domains that we can evaluate, which is physical functioning, physical role, bodily pain, general health, vitality, even social functioning, emotional health, and mental health. No matter what quality of life parameters you look at, dermatomyositis does poorly as compared to general population. Not only that, we have threefold excess mortality in dermatomyositis as compared to general population. Dermatomyositis remains a disease with high consumption of healthcare resources as well as cost throughout various other, if you compare to general population or other diseases. And we only have one FDA-approved treatment in dermatomyositis, which is IVIG, which has its own logistical and other challenges as well. So I hope I've established clearly that this disease is of a significant unmet need, and we need to do a lot together to really provide effective treatments for our patients. So how are we currently treating dermatomyositis? Well, we are using many immune suppressive drugs, including steroid. But the problem is that the steroid remains the mainstay of the treatment. So we use steroid early on, as soon as the patient is diagnosed. That's what we use to begin. We use high-dose steroid for long term. And not only we use it as a step one or first therapy to start with, we also have to maintain the steroid along with other non-steroid immune suppressive therapy throughout the journey of the patient, which is significantly problematic for our patients. As you know, steroid comes with significant side effects and problems. What else can we use? We use first-line agents such as methotrexate and azathioprine, and that helps to control the disease in some patients, but not for all patients. It basically, if you use the first-line treatment, patients with mild to some moderate level of disease activity may get better, but many patients require second line of treatment, which requires combination therapy of mycophenolate and azathioprine, or in most cases, require mycophenolate or tacrolimus or cyclosporin. And in many patients, almost 1/3 of those patients actually, the second line even fails, and we have to go for the third line treatment, which typically we use rituximab, but in some more severe cases, specifically when you have severe interstitial lung disease, we may have to use cytotoxic treatment such as cyclophosphamide. And then we use IVIG as well as a first, second, and third line adjuvant treatment. And fortunately, now it's FDA approved, so it's easier to get IVIG, and that also helps many of our patients. But despite of all these treatments, including steroid, we have many patients who continue to have flare-up or relapse or do not get better at all. And this specifically happens whenever we try to taper the steroid off. In those cases, we have many patients going on to experimental treatment or clinical trials. So in the last 70 years, we have had drugs approved in myositis, but two of them, which include steroid and corticotropin, were approved in 1950s. The grandfather, the approval in 1950s. But in last 70 years, we've been able to only get one drug approved in dermatomyositis, which is IVIG. So there is a continuous dependence on corticosteroid and non-corticosteroid type immunosuppressive drugs, which are often ineffective in controlling the symptom. But more important, they're ineffective in maintaining the response. Whenever we taper the steroids down or decrease the immune suppression, patient may have recurrent flare-ups. And that remains to be a major problem. And that means we need more effective treatments. We are doing quite well now in terms of the clinical trial. There is increasing interest in clinical trial. And in this last few years, we have actually had 5 phase 3 clinical trials completed. However, 4 of them have been negative or failed, and only one of them, which is IVIG, got approval. But fortunately, we have several phase 3 and phase 2 clinical trials that are ongoing. Those you can see with the yellow bars. Those are ongoing clinical trials, and we have significant hope that some or more of them will be positive, will provide significant relief to our patients. Now, clinical trials, dermatomyositis is a very complex and enigmatic disease and provides a lot of challenges in terms of the disease symptom as well as how to study these diseases. First of all, dermatomyositis is a highly heterogeneous disease. It's not just adult dermatomyositis. We have patients with skin only or skin predominant dermatomyositis. We have patients with amyopathic dermatomyositis, juvenile dermatomyositis, and cancer-associated myositis. And then we have many autoantibodies. Each of these autoantibodies have unique clinical phenotype within the overall clinical phenotype of dermatomyositis. And each of them have different pathogenesis and different prognosis. And then dermatomyositis is not only a disease of muscle and skin. We have patients with calcinosis, dysphagia, Raynaud's, arthritis, and ILD, which makes it very difficult to study this disease as well as to do clinical trials. And then also, we have many different specialties taking care of dermatomyositis, and everybody looks at from a very different perspective. We have neurologists, dermatologists, rheumatologists, and pulmonologists looking at dermatomyositis with very different lens. So all of this leads to complexity in managing our patients. And then in clinical trials, specifically in enrollment of clinical trial, we have significant challenges as well. First of all, as you all know, dermatomyositis is a rare disease, which makes recruiting quite difficult. And to make matter worse, this rare disease has very limited clinical trial sites across US and the world. And then we further divide the disease. Is it the disease of muscle and skin or only skin? Should we enroll both? And there are complexities around that. And then also we need to improve the diversity enrollment in our clinical trials as well. Then the second problem is that we have long duration of clinical trials. When these patients enroll in a 52-week clinical trial, what happens sometimes is they may have muscle damage while being on placebo, which can be problematic. We still have to do long-term clinical trials to understand how we can taper the steroid and show the steroid tapering effect on our patients, and as well as longevity or durability of safety and symptom control in the clinical trial is important as well. And then last but not the least, patient retention and compliance is an issue, because if the patient is not doing well during the clinical trial, they tend to drop out, and that can be an issue with poor clinical trial data acquisition and quality. Fortunately, in last decade or so, we have made significant progress. In 2017 and 16, we came along with development of myositis clinical classification criteria, as well as myositis response criteria, as you can see on your screen. And these two, classification criteria and myositis response criteria, are ACR and EULAR approved criteria. That means they've gone through a rigorous review before they were approved. And they are now being used in most clinical trials, and they're really helping us advancing these clinical trials. One of the major advantage of this myositis response criteria with total improvement score is that you have several thresholds of improvement. You have a minimal improvement threshold, then a moderate and a major improvement threshold. And we can check our treatments, how well they do in those as compared to those thresholds. This is very similar to ACR 20, 50, and 17 rheumatoid arthritis, which has led to significant approval, significant advancement in the field of rheumatoid arthritis with several FDA-approved treatments. And so in summary, dermatomyositis remains a disease of significant unmet need. We have a significant dependence on corticosteroid and non-corticosteroid immune suppressive drugs, which often remain ineffective, specifically in maintaining the response, because when you try to taper them, they lead to significant flare-up. And prolonged use of these treatments lead to several complications, which contribute to significant morbidity and poor quality of life for our patients. And despite growing interest in clinical trials in novel treatments, we have new approvals remains limited. As I said, we have 5 phase 3 clinical trials, only one of them was positive. But we hope that existing classification and response criteria, which are approved by ACR and EULAR, will lead to better clinical trials in coming future. But we still have a need to continue study this disease, specifically in terms of classification and outcome measure, to develop new, meaningful, and objective measures for our patients with dermatomyositis. With that, I would like to thank you from Pittsburgh Myositis Center, and I'm really looking forward to hear from patients as well as a caregiver about their experiences and perspective about their disease, because they can teach us the best. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Agarwal, for providing that landscape of treatments and clinical trials as we now move into our second topic for today, which is understanding from the patient experience current and future approaches to treatment. So that does move us into our second topic and session for today. And you'll see on the screen some of the questions we hope to explore with all of you and our audience to help us better understand the patient experience. So we want to know, what are you currently doing to manage your or your loved one's dermatomyositis symptoms? When we talk about what you're doing to manage, we are casting a wide net. So of course we do include treatments both on and off label, as well as medical procedures like transplant, but also a wider range of maybe more holistic approaches, things that you might be doing like diet and exercise, but even lifestyle modifications that you need to make. Anything that you or your loved one are doing to make life with adult dermatomyositis a little bit easier is within the scope of this discussion, and we'd like to hear about it. So that includes, we want to know, how well do these different treatment approaches actually treat the most significant symptoms and health effects of dermatomyositis? We also want to explore what the most significant downsides are to you or your loved one's current treatments, and how those downsides of treatments affect daily life. And then once we've explored some of the range of different current treatment approaches, we'll end our afternoon session looking towards the future. And short of a complete cure, what specific things would you or your loved one look for in an ideal treatment for this condition? Or what factors would be important in deciding whether to participate in a new research trial? So to get us started on this topic, it's my pleasure to introduce our afternoon panel. We have Veronica, Romy, Cambiz, Jerome, and Emily. Veronica, why don't you start things off?
Hello, my name is Veronica and I am 56 years old. I'm from Mexico City and I moved to Michigan in 2001. I was diagnosed with dermatomyositis on February 19 of 2021. Before this, I was a healthy and active woman. I had my first symptoms in January of 2021. Thankfully, my primary physician was aware of dermatomyositis symptoms and put me right away on 10 milligrams of prednisone. She referred me to a rheumatologist and a dermatologist. I was sad to see my face in the mirror. My big brown eyes that always had a sparkle were looking sad and inflamed. My face had rashes. My arms, my back, and my chest were itchy and irritated. Besides all these visible symptoms, I also had extreme fatigue and a feeling of stiffness in my legs and my arms. The doctors asked me to apply for short-term disability, but it didn't take too long for me to realize that I was not going back to my new job. A muscle biopsy, a skin biopsy, and various testing were necessary to confirm the diagnosis and to decide my treatment. My first treatment was 40 milligrams of prednisone in conjunction with methotrexate. These only help with the inflammation on my skin, but not with my muscle weakness. I was put in Plaquenil for 6 months, but it didn't help. All of this was a new and overwhelming environment. After being healthy and going to doctors' offices 2 or 3 times a year, I end up visiting doctors' offices and labs more than I ever did in my whole life, just in 2 or 3 months. In January of 2022, I started IVIG treatment. My first experience with IVIG second effects was very unpleasant. Fever, migraine, vertigo, and pain in my joints. I told my husband, if I must go through this every month, please just let me go. At the same time, I had in my head the question from my youngest daughter, Mom, you're not gonna die, right? My rheumatologist referred me to a doctor at the University of Michigan. The doctor from U of M requested changes in the way my IVIG was administered. She added a saline solution, pre-meds, and applied it at a slower rate. This was a game changer. On my second IVIG, I only dealt with the discomfort of the needle and extreme fatigue for 1 or 2 days. The doctor from U of M told me she was leaving Michigan. That was sad. And after that, I decided to join a support group. We went to see a new doctor in Chicago, and I got an invitation to join a clinical trial. After she explained the pros and cons of a clinical trial, my family and I decided to go for it. We really trusted her, and I knew she would take care of me in case I got the placebo, which I did. This was painful. My skin inflammation came back, but worse. I was put back in 40 milligrams of prednisone and into my IVIG treatment again. This was a step back. A new clinical trial opportunity came, and since my doctor was engaged in it, I decided to give it a try. At least in this clinical trial, I was able to take a few of my medications during the washout period. This was a big reason for me to join the clinical trial. Even so, due to the washout period, I had to miss the family vacation we had planned to Myrtle Beach. I asked my husband to go without me. I didn't want to create extreme changes to my family's life. They texted me and sent me pictures, and to see my husband having quality time with my girls was a motivation to keep my hope on this clinical trial. This time I got the medication and I started to see improvements. After 15 weeks in the clinical trial, I have high hopes that this will finally be my route to remission and a path that other dermatomyositis patients could follow to get better. I would love to see an easier way to treat dermatomyositis. Taking 3 tablets every day will be much better than having to deal with the second effects of prednisone and the discomfort of an IVIG treatment. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Romy. I was diagnosed with amyopathic dermatomyositis with severe skin issues and no muscle weakness. We are not born with a check engine light, nor do we have a crystal ball when it comes to our health and wellness. In 2018, I had heart ablation surgery because of AFib. Post-surgery, I was put on a blood thinner. 3 weeks after the surgery, I got my first introduction to dermatomyositis. I broke out in a rash and itch from head to my knees. We were out of town and my husband witnessed me scratching and ripping out my hair out of my head. My whole body itched, there were sores everywhere, and my scalp and arms with no explanation. I immediately called my cardiologist, and I wanted to find out if this was a possible side effect of the blood thinner, but he told me that it was not. I immediately stopped and risked getting a blood clot. I felt hopeless and I could not sit still. I called my primary care physician and asked her to call the local pharmacy ASAP for a prednisone taper down. I also looked for a nearby cannabis store as I was contemplating jumping off the 19th floor balcony of the place we were staying at because I had to stop the burning. The itch, the fire, it just wouldn't go away. Once I got a dose down of prednisone, we went to a local cannabis store and I bought a green, smelly, sticky CB cannabis texture CBD oil, and I put it all over my body and my arms, and they actually started to ooze out a black oozing tar out of my skin and calcium chips. We both looked in shock. I had to take a Xanax as I was not okay. I could not wait to get home to see my dermatologist. I was in such bad shape with rashes, sores, bald patches. I wore a hoodie to cover up, and I went to the dermatologist. I was in a lot of pain and chronic fatigue, and I was seriously on fire. My dermatologist took one look at me and said that I had to go to a specialist. I saw the specialist, who told me it looks like lupus. He took a skin biopsy from my arm, and I was diagnosed with amyopathic dermatomyositis. I was pretty certain that my skin would never be normal again. I immediately inquired about a clinical trial, but the doctor said there is no clinical trial and gave me the option of IVIG infusion or CellCept. I took the CellCept as I had a bad experience with IVIG on another autoimmune condition that I have. Later on, I was given the opportunity to take sub-Q, but I did not want to stay home and do my own infusions. So I wanted to, I didn't want to inject myself. I started to experience some slight improvement, and that I did not change the fact that I lost my hair and my skin was very pink. There was still pain and fatigue. I didn't know the treatment was improving my condition. I did not own research. I did my own research about the clinical trials for dermatomyositis, and I found one down the street at a competing hospital. And I contacted the specialist immediately. She took my case, and she literally had my best interest at heart. This clinical trial that I was put on required 3 infusions over 3 months. I had a horrible reaction from the clinical trial. I broke out for the 3 months that I was on the clinical trial. I had ice packs all over my body. My lymph nodes were swollen from my breasts to my head. However, when the clinical trial was over, I started to see some slight improvement, actually a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. I tried to get into another drug trial on an expanded access basis, hoping that it would work for my skin. However, the drug was withdrawn. I have to take 2 Benadryls a day to control the itch. I have to use tea tree oil, essential oils mixed with water. I wash my mouth out a few times a day to prevent from sores growing in my mouth and my tongue. I have to hydrate my body every day with heavy lotions and different kinds of lotions to keep my skin moisturized. I take cold showers every single day because my scalp still burns and itches off and on. And in addition to that, my nails are falling off, which is another horrible side effect. There have been times where my skull feels like it is cracking, and I have to literally hold my head together like this. And I sit in the bathroom and cry because I really want to scream at the top of my lungs. It depends on online, it literally, because of online support, has helped me cope because I know I'm not alone. Dermatomyositis is like medieval torture. I have to rely on oral cannabis to help keep my mind off the skin sensitivity almost every day. The CellCept has helped me, but it's not a solution. It's very hard to concentrate and hide symptoms when my head's burning and itching. I might look like the vision of health, but inside, make no mistake, my inner dashboard is saying, put the fire out on my scalp, my ears, my body. Thank you very much for your time.
Hi, my name is Kambiz, and I'm 24 years old. 4 years ago, my vibrant 20s took an unexpected turn. Dermatomyositis, DM, entered my life. A relentless thief, stealing the joy and spontaneity. It's more than muscle weakness and a stubborn rash. It's a constant shadow that colors every interaction and experience. For a year, I battled an unseen enemy. Muscle weakness worsened, making everyday tasks like getting dressed or climbing stairs Herculean feats. My social life dwindled. Friends initially supportive, struggled to understand the invisible shackles dermatomyositis placed on me. Dating became a minefield of awkward explanations and shattered connections. My romantic life was ruined. The loneliness was a constant ache. Finally, a biopsy confirmed the culprit, dermatomyositis, DM. Relief mingled with fear. Now I had a name for the monster, but the path forward remained shrouded in uncertainty. Methotrexate. The initial treatment offered some relief, but the relentless nausea turned every meal into a battle. A switch to a rheumatologist brought a new hope. Hydroxychloroquine and a higher dose of methotrexate injected. The hope, however, was short-lived. The nausea persisted, a constant companion that drained my energy and spirit. Determined to reclaim some semblance of normalcy, I sought a second opinion. Mycophenolate mofetil, MMF, replaced methotrexate, and the nausea finally subsided. Yet, the reprise came with a new challenge. Grueling intravenous immune globulins, IVIG infusions 3 times a month. Each session a 6-hour ordeal that stretched into 8 due to travel delays. The physical discomfort paled in comparison to the emotional toll. Stuck to an IV pole, the hours crawled by, stealing precious time I could have spent with friends or pursuing my passions. As a young man, the constant fatigue and migraines triggered by IVIG chipped away at my already dwindling social life. Steroids, a double-edged sword, offered temporary relief. They worked, but at a steep price. Weight gain deflated my confidence. The moon phase, a cruel side effect, mirrored the emotional one, a distorted reflection of the person I used to be. Dating became an impossibility. The fear of rejection overwhelming, frustration gnawed at me. The available treatments were a frustrating dance. Some offered benefit, but came with debilitating side effects. Others were simply ineffective. As a pharmacy student, I was aware of the emerging role of JAK inhibitors. With cautious optimism, I discussed Rinvoq upadacitinib with my doctor. While it offered some improvement, it wasn't enough. Back to the familiar, yet undesirable cycle of IVIG and MMF I went. Then a glimmer of hope emerged, a clinical trial for a potential oral dual TYK2 JAK1 inhibitor. The dream of a simple pill regimen that wouldn't disrupt my life fueled my decision to participate. Before I made this decision, I had to contemplate the risk versus benefits that come with a double-blinded clinical trial. Ultimately, the benefits outweighed the risk. It's still early and there have been hiccups, but the possibility of a future free from IV lines and debilitating side effects keeps me going. Of note, to this day, I do not know if I'm getting the real thing or placebo. Dermatomyositis may be rare, but thousands share a similar story. My hope for the future are that there will be increased research and development so that I can reclaim the joy stolen by this disease.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jerome Beelan, and I'm here to share a glimpse into my life battling antisynthetase syndrome and its associated conditions. In August 2015, my world changed when I was diagnosed with dermatomyositis, myasthenia gravis, antisynthetase syndrome, interstitial lung disease, Raynaud's disease, inflammatory arthritis, and dyspnea. What began as extreme pain in my hands escalated to where I started having trouble breathing and with my vision. Walking became very challenging. As a Verizon fiber splicer, it became a near impossibility to climb ladders and even move from my truck to the customer's premise. I would take multiple breaks walking up a driveway. At one point, I fell into a window while talking to a customer. Speaking also became difficult. I could not have long conversations because I would become breathless. By the time I was diagnosed, I was spiraling. One of my worst moments came on a trip to Target with my wife. We walked up and my wife noticed that I was having trouble breathing and walking. She asked me to push the cart. I then told her I was going to go over to Starbucks and wait for her. Now, at this point, the breathing was terrible. I was fighting for every inch of air to fill my lungs. I desperately did not want to pass out in front of everyone. And as I reached that bench, I did not care how it looked. I laid down and I just asked the Lord for help. I really thought I was going to die. I struggled for any air I could get into my lungs. I begged, and then I promised God I would do everything. I would take every medication. I would go to every stupid doctor appointment if I could just get one little bit more air in my lungs. As everything started to get darker, I finally got just a tiny bit more air. While it was not much, it was enough. At the time, I did not know I was flaring. However, that is when my treatment commenced, with heavy doses of prednisone to protect my lungs. The steroids may have caused the avascular bone necrosis in both hips. Now, this treatment was followed by a combination of medications, including IVIG, rituximab, CellCept, gabapentin, etc., etc. Now, these medications helped reduce many of my symptoms. Also, I had to change my diet, and it helped relieve some of the problems I had with chewing and swallowing. Participating in the drug trial brought temporary relief, but post-trial, my symptoms returned with a vengeance. Shortness of breath, extreme fatigue, joint pain, shooting pain, double vision, muscle weakness, and muscle aches. Despite these challenges, recent treatments have allowed me to return to work. Although not at my previous capacity, however, the toll on my relationships, especially with my wife and kids, has been significant. They understand that Dad is not trying to avoid them. But on my bad days, I would excuse myself and go in my room and cry and pray and hope that things would get better. This journey has been arduous, filled with moments where breathing felt like a victory, and frequent trips to Johns Hopkins put life on hold. Managing a plethora of doctors, both appointments and treatments, mood swings, and long-distance drives for these treatments and appointments became routine. But amidst it all, my hope remains unwavering. I envision a future where a single tablet can alleviate my pain, swelling, and tiredness, allowing me to live a fuller life without me sacrificing those precious moments with my loved ones. I would like to thank you for listening to my story and for considering the needs of patients like me in drug development for autoimmune diseases.
My name is Emily Fillmore, and I have dermatomyositis. It's November. I'm sitting on a cliff overlooking the unending breadth of mighty Lake Superior. The crisp Minnesota air engulfs me. While my body shakes and buzzes, I wait for my breath and pulse to calm. The exertion intensifies my itch and nerve pain from head to toe. As I celebrate my accomplishment, aided by my husband and at least a dozen pauses on the easy half-mile track, I mourn the person dermatomyositis stole from me 28 years ago at 19. My heart opens to nature, swirling around me, and I cry conflicted tears. I am sad to be recovering alone, enjoying this breathtaking view of the crashing waters, and yet I'm happy my beautiful, supportive family can continue to the coveted point. I'm grateful I'm alive, but my ever-present state of impending doom persists. For every sweet moment of wonder, there are dozens of moments of exhaustion, fear, grief, and anger due to the constant intractable fatigue, weakness, and searing skin, nerve, and muscle pain, even when I'm on medications that are supposedly helping. My DM is refractory or resistant to treatment. I've experienced multiple surgeries, Raynaud's, migraines, celiac, IBM, a torn labrum, autonomic dysfunction, mast cell dysfunction, miscarriages, fibromyalgia, anemia, falls, spontaneous bruising, and patagia, and more. It is unclear if my complexity arises from DM and long-term steroid use or is an anomaly of the sickness lottery. The totality of the above, lack of stamina, and the required vigilance to monitor symptoms have greatly diminished my quality of life. Looking at that vast lake is akin to gazing into DM's abyss. The symptoms cycle and repeat. The trial and error of medications is unrelenting. A medication helps for months or years and then abruptly stops. I feel like I am drowning. It is a full-time job to be sick, managing providers, insurance companies, appointments and tests, tracking medication titrations and delayed reactions, accepting that treatments start to work and then stop. I am evading the abyss as it strives to envelop me. I have used most common DM medications in differing combinations and doses: steroids, Cellcept, methotrexate, Imuran, cyclosporin, IVIG, sub-QIG, Plaquenil, Quinacrine, low-dose naltrexone, low-dose antibiotics, JAK inhibitors, and topicals. I seek relief with complementary modalities, I call it chasing rainbows, acupuncture, essential oils, herbs, vitamins and supplements, body work, and others. We maintain clean, minimal ingredient foods, toiletries, shampoos, and cleaning products at home to minimize my reactions. But DM never stops because there is nothing that satisfactorily addresses my disease without causing more issues. Some of my side effects include rashes, nausea, aseptic meningitis, suicidal ideation, severe diarrhea, recurrent shingles, we stopped counting at 40 times, uncontrolled weight fluctuations, increased cholesterol, blood pressure and heart rate, eye problems, osteopenia, cognitive changes, and roid rage. Since I am always experiencing a myriad of symptoms, deciding what is an emergency is another difficult job. We have to determine what is new and should be addressed, or what is just another day in Emily's body. It is draining and scary. Due to the suicidal ideations from JAK inhibitors and the shingles, I am excluded from most clinical trials. In November, my doctor told me about a case study of one similar DM patient using Safnello, a lupus drug. I had been to the ER for dehydration from sub-QIG that weekend. Desperate, I said, let's go. After another grueling process of insurance approval for off-label use, I had my first infusion in December. Within 1 week, the open oozing sores were closing. Within 1 month, the buzzing nerve pain had decreased and the redness was fading. My photos show the dramatic change from prior to Safnello to the face you see today. Without Safnello, I would still be rotting from the inside out, but I am still not okay. I am weak, I itch, I burn, I hurt, I wear out within minutes in normal everyday tasks, and I pay for activities for days after. Thankfully, I no longer feel like a half-alive, decaying pre-corpse waiting for the abyss to swallow me whole. Every little symptom startles me because I am petrified the meds will stop and the worst will return. But for the first time in 28 years, I have some relief and some hope. I hope future research protocols can positively impact the symptoms and experiences of DM patients. We deserve long-term relief and safety from the lurking dermatomyositis abyss. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Emily, and to all of our panelists for being willing to share your journeys with dermatomyositis and the challenges of navigating the treatment landscape. So this is now our second opportunity today to broaden the discussion to all of you in our audience, those of you living with adult dermatomyositis and your care partners and family members, to help us understand this treatment experience even further. If you'd like to share some of your treatment experiences, we invite you to call in now and throughout this afternoon session. You can do so by calling in at 1-703-844-3231. Again, that phone number is 1-703-844-3231. And of course, you can also submit written comments using that comment box under the live stream on the website today. So to get us thinking about this topic and to get an understanding of the experiences of our audience, we'll start this afternoon with a few polling questions. So if you can go ahead and open a new tab in your browser, open that browser on your phone. This is for patients and caregivers only. Go to www.pollev.com/adultdm. Again, that's www.pollev.com/adultdm. You can keep this page up throughout the rest of this afternoon session, and as we go to new questions throughout, they'll automatically appear here. So our first question for our audience this afternoon is we'd like to know what medications or medical treatments have you or your loved one used, either currently or previously, to treat the symptoms associated with dermatomyositis, and you can select all that apply. Here we really are focused on medications and medical treatments. We will focus on some of the more holistic or lifestyle modification type approaches in our next question. So the options here are A, IVIG, B, prednisone or other steroids, C, methotrexate, D, JAK inhibitors, E, mycophenolate, F, rituximab, G, pain medications, H, prescription creams or lotions, I, antidepressants or anti-anxiety medications, or J, some other medication or medical treatment that's not listed here. Or you can select K if you or your loved one have not used medications or medical treatments for your or their dermatomyositis. As a reminder, this is our first question of the afternoon where we're seeing a polling where our audience can select more than one response. So I just remind you that the percentages you're seeing correspond to the percentage of total responses, not the percentage of people who have selected any individual response. So I like to use the size of the bars as kind of a little bit of a relative ranking in interpreting these. So we'll give everyone a few more moments here to get in your responses, but as it stands, it looks like some of the treatments that are most experienced by our audience today are prescription creams and lotions, as well as prednisone and other steroids. After that, we have IVIG, methotrexate, pain medications, and other medications, as well as mycophenolate as kind of the next tier, although we do see quite a few people have experience with antidepressants or anti-anxiety meds. No one is reporting here that they have not used medications or medical treatments. We'll go to our second polling question here for the afternoon. So we're beyond those medications and medical treatments that we were just talking about. We would like to know, what have you or your loved one used to help manage the symptoms of dermatomyositis, either currently or previously? And again, you can select all that apply. The options here are A, physical or occupational therapy, B, speech or language therapy, C, oxygen therapy, D, acupuncture, E, massage, F, protection against sun exposure, G, herbal supplements, H, CBD, I, counseling or psychotherapy, or J, some other management approach that's not otherwise listed in the other options on this question. And again, you can select K if you are not doing anything to help manage symptoms. We'll give everyone a few more moments here to get responses in. I think as it stands, the top, kind of management strategy or other non-treatment approach that's being used by our audience is protection against sun exposure. After that, we see PT and OT, as a common experience, and then quite a few other things. So I really encourage our audience today to call in and write in to help us understand what else they're using and give us their assessment of how well those are working, and a little later in the discussion, the downsides of those things. But we see everything here is being used by our audience to varying degrees. And so, between this and the last question, there's quite a few things that this community is trying to do to make living life with dermatomyositis a little bit easier. So we have one more polling question at this point. So in this question, I want you to think about everything that we showed over those last two slides, including those other things that we didn't have listed. And here we want to know, have your assessment. How well does your loved one's current treatment regimen treat the most significant symptoms of dermatomyositis? And the options are A, not at all, B, very little, C, somewhat, D, to a great extent, or E, not applicable because you or your loved one are not using anything. And as you're making this selection, this is one of those why questions. We really want to know, not just what you selected here, because this is going to be very personal in your assessment and judgment of your current treatment regimen. So we'd like to, if you're in that group of people that are selecting somewhat, which appears to be about half of you, what does that mean for you when you say somewhat? What has been helped? What are the gaps? If you're in about the quarter of people who have said to a great extent, again, what is the measure of success there? And what is it that's, helping you so much? And for about the 17 to 20% of you that are saying very little, again, what was your measure of success? What have you tried that has not been so helpful? No one is reporting that treatments are helping not at all, and no one is reporting that they're not using anything. So kind of having this understanding of our audience, I want to thank you for participating in polling. You can keep this webpage up. We'll revisit polling in a few moments. But I'd now like to welcome our Zoom panel, some of your peers within the community living with adult dermatomyositis, who'll be sharing their experiences throughout this session as well. So let's maybe start with you, Barbara. As we're starting the discussion here, maybe what I'd like to focus on are the things that have maybe been the most helpful or most successful. These don't necessarily need to be, large or great successes, but even I know sometimes small things can, be important as well. But in your experience, Barbara, has there anything that has been most helpful for you?
Thanks, James. I'm Barbara from Chicago, Illinois, and I've had dermatomyositis for about 6 years. In that time, when I kind of came to after the initial flare that I had, or when the disease started, I was completely lost about what to do. And by the time I was finally able to read and get back to myself, I started doing a lot of reading about food as medicine, and tried paleo diet and all this other stuff. I was taking a bunch of medicine too, but I felt like I had lost control over my body. And one of the few things that I could control would be what I ate. So that was a really important thing that I did, I think, in the beginning.
Yeah, and Barbara, that's helpful, and absolutely, we want to hear about this wide range of things that you've done and employed. What were your goals, when kind of initially, modifying your diet and watching, the particulars of what you were eating and consuming? What were your goals, and how have you found that, kind of maybe any trial and error with your diet to more or less, help you achieve those goals?
Yeah, I moved from the paleo diet to the autoimmune protocol diet.
Okay.
Which has been tried by a lot of people. And I don't think I had illusions about my goals. It wasn't like, I'm going to be fine now. I didn't think that. I just thought, honestly, it was about regaining some sense of agency about this disease, because it's so much when you first are diagnosed, it's just so much to have to understand. And I kind of felt like I was at the mercy, I don't mean to say it that way, but yeah, kind of at the mercy of all these medical interventions, the really intense medical interventions. And so I wanted to feel like I could do something, like even if it wasn't a cure-all, that I could do something.
Yeah, and how has, now that you've, landed on this current, diet, how has that been working for you? Has there been anything from like a health perspective that you would say it's either, made certain symptoms a little less, or, again, how do you kind of judge that, and can you describe that a little bit?
Yeah, well, you're not supposed to be on these diets forever and ever. You're supposed to do them and then slowly kind of taper. But I gotta tell you, I love chocolate, and I kind of got addicted to jelly beans this year, and I paid for it like really a lot. So I can tell when I'm, I need to kind of get back to cutting out the sugar and doing other things. And in addition to it, I still need all these other meds, but I can tell there is a difference when I kind of, fall off the plan a lot.
Yeah. Every diet involves a little bit of cheating. In this case, it sounds like you might have paid for that a little bit. And just one last question on that: can you just tell us, what was it that happened? Was there certain symptoms that popped back up, or just changed?
Yeah. Again, I mean, I have people haven't said this very much, or a little bit, but my big problem is my voice and swallowing, in particular in my lungs, and pain. And so more trouble talking, more pain in joints, especially small joints, and more dysphagia. So that's what really kind of came back, and a little bit of a cough now, which really concerns me because I have interstitial lung disease.
And how did you notice that it was coming back? Was there a moment where you realized it was getting worse? Was there either something specific, or if you can tell us a little bit about that?
Well, after I ate an entire small box of jelly beans from Trader Joe's,
yes,
I pretty much right away knew that was a really dumb thing that I had done, because the symptoms just kind of were like whammo.
Okay.
So, and then it takes some time to kind of get back. I do notice that when I do fall off the wagon, that I'll feel things pretty much right away.
Okay. Wow. Well, thank you so much, Barbara, for sharing all of that, and appreciating you sharing something that has helped for you. Yashir, I'd like to loop you in on this discussion, thinking of things that maybe have been the most successful, most helpful. Again, casting a really wide net here of what we are considering in terms of treatments and management strategies. What comes to mind for you?
Hello, everyone. My name is Yashira. I'm originally from Puerto Rico. Hola a todos. I now live in Pennsylvania. I've been diagnosed with MD5 since 2021. And for me, other than great doctors that finally I found them, it's actually moving, exercising. Like, if I don't exercise, I could feel, and when I'm saying exercise, I do yoga, it's stretching.
Okay.
If I don't do that, I feel the stiffness right away in the mornings, my energy. And it's hard because, exercising can be painful. So right now I'm in a much better condition, right? But when I was ill, it hurts. So to really keep on doing that while it's hurting, but seeing the results of that hard work, it's good. It's hard, that balance, but it's what I needed. And I think that's what it keeps me in a good shape right now.
Well, you mentioned that you feel kind of more stiffness when you don't do, yoga and stretching and these exercises. Could you kind of describe that? Is that like, full body, are certain muscles or parts of the body more affected by that stiffness? Can you just describe that for us?
Sure. I believe many patients like me have numbness during the night. So that is one thing that I immediately, of course, it happens. Other is when you are just waking up. It's like a robot. You are in slow motion trying to get out of that bed, and you slowly start like feeling all those muscles, and it was hard for my husband to see me getting up of the bed because it's not this young wife anymore. It's just this little old lady.
Wow. Yes. Well, thank you so much, Shashira, for helping us understand that. I do see we have a caller that wants to share a treatment success story. We have Angelique from Portugal that wants to share, again, a helpful treatment. So, Angelique, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Hi, James. Yes, thank you for having me on here. I'm calling from Lisbon. My name's Angelique, and I was diagnosed with dermatomyositis back in 2002. Very, very dark period, of course, as we all know that. It's very debilitating. I was succumbed to a wheelchair only 4 months after my symptoms started. And I did start with the methotrexate and the steroid, which took a couple of years to run its course. And I was able to rehabilitate and get out of the chair and through physical therapy. And then from there, I continued my strength training on my own. I acquired remission for about the last 21 years until recently I relapsed with my DM. And then on top of that, I acquired rheumatoid arthritis and Sjogren's syndrome. This time around, I decided to do the bone marrow stem cell treatment, which is not available in the United States, but having my husband who had gone through the stem cell treatment for his knees and seeing the effects that he had after this treatment, we decided to talk to the doctors and see if this is something that could help with autoimmune. And they've had great success with their patients. And so we decided to go ahead and move forward with this treatment. I had 3 treatments total, each 3 months apart. And after the first treatment, well, let me go back. On my symptoms, when I relapsed, it was basically muscle stiffness, muscle pain, head to toe, a lot of stiffness, extreme fatigue. And it was just coming back like it did 21 years ago. And after the first treatment, I noticed that my energy was starting to come back. The fatigue was subsiding. And I was really surprised because I was a little skeptical at first of this treatment, but I noticed that my energy started to increase. And then after the second treatment, the pain started to subside as well. And now after the third treatment, I have been completely pain-free. I have weaned off of my methotrexate, and I'm about to wean off my Plaquenil on the 1st of July. And my rheumatologist in San Diego she's been thrown aback. I mean, she's very, very impressed with my progress that I've made with this treatment. And she's very happy for me and just couldn't really believe that, I've made such progress with this treatment. I just wish that the United States would have this available for many people with autoimmune conditions. It might not be a cure, but it can help people live a more functional lifestyle and live a pain-free life. And so I wanted to share this with you all because it's very effective. And even my husband, and I'm so grateful that my husband was able to get this treatment. He was an athlete for most of his life, and his knees were just shot. But after the treatment, he was just like a new person. And so I just wanted to share that again with you all. And thank you for giving me the chance to share that.
Yeah, no, we really appreciate you sharing, Angelique. And you gave a very vibrant and descriptive kind of, explanation of your journey, both with your, initial remission and then the need, a couple of decades later to, or close to that, need retreatment, and so appreciate you sharing your experience with the stem cell transplant. I do see that we have another caller who would like to share some of her treatment experiences. We have Clarissa from New Jersey. So Clarissa, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, welcome.
Hi.
Yeah, so is there a particular treatment experience that you would like to share, where anything that maybe has been particularly helpful, or even if it's a different treatment experience, we'd welcome that as well.
Yes, what's been helping me, I've been on IVIG for a little over a year. I'm on Gemunex 10%, and I go every month for 3 days in a row. And I found out to kind of just keep everything baseline. But I noticed, especially being on prednisone, that the stopping and going and trying to wean me off to kind of get me off of prednisone, it has not been successful. And I go through extreme muscle weakness when I'm off of it.
Right.
And I think there should be more education on, if you're taking prednisone, make sure you have the right amount of protein intake, because we know this is a muscle wasting disease. And if you don't have the proper, protein intake, or your diet's not correct, also prednisone can take from your bones as well. So that's something that it took me a while to get into and to learn about on my own. And just looking into, hopefully we can find, more treatments, especially I have a GI sensitivity for some reason. I'm sensitive to a lot of medications. Mm-hmm. It doesn't agree with me. It's like a lot of stop and go. And that's something I hope that, we can kind of prevent, in the future we'll find a better treatment and care.
And do you find that's something that just, it's other symptoms just are better addressed by the treatments that you, have tried, or is that something that, there's been some relief from, but it's just not you're not getting enough relief, from that?
I'm not getting enough relief from it. I feel like I have to rest more. I'm in and out of physical therapy, just to keep my strength at a minimal. I feel like just the intolerance of it all, like with the medications, and IVIG, my symptoms have been mild with that, like headaches, muscle pain, flu-like symptoms. Mm-hmm. But, that's preventable too with proper hydration. So, I'm thankful, just to, learn about these things and, to be open, for new things to help my symptoms out.
Sure. Well, Clarissa, thank you so much for calling in and sharing here, both highlighting where things have helped, but also the remaining needs that you have as we're painting this picture here. So I do recognize that we've had a number of written comments come in on this topic as well, kind of treatment successes. Lynn, what are we seeing?
Yes. We have Nicole from Florida who talks about IVIG. She says, IVIG treatment has moderately improved both muscle and skin symptoms. Lynn in Statesville, North Carolina, I'm currently taking 4.5 milligrams of low-dose naltrexone daily for my dermatomyositis symptoms prescribed by my integrative medical doctor. It appears that to be working very well. All my symptoms are managed with no noticeable side effects, although my new primary care physician has requested that I not take LDN, as the off-label use for dermatomyositis is not FDA approved. Magdalena in Mexico, I am almost in remission, although I still take 1 tablet of Myofortic daily. I stopped prednisone a year ago, and since that time I've had muscle and joint pain, perhaps due to the lack of steroids. Robert in Eagleville, prednisone is a wonder drug for me, but I worry about how long it is wise to be on it.
All right. Well, I want to thank everybody for writing in. Keep those comments coming. We'll continue to read those out throughout the program, and any that we aren't able to get to, if you don't hear yours read, know that we do have it, and we'll be including it in that Voice of the Patient report. So while we still want to continue to hear treatment successes, I do want to broaden this topic and go to our next polling question. So if you can go ahead and go back to that webpage, go to www.pollev.com/adultdm. Again, that's www.pollev.com/adultdm. So here we want to know, whether or not treatments have been helping you. What are the biggest drawbacks of your or your loved one's current treatment approaches? And here you can select up to 3. So the options here are A, it's not very effective at treating the main symptom. B, it only treats some but not all symptoms. C, there's a high cost or copay, or it's not covered by insurance. D, it's limited in availability or accessibility to you. E, the side effects. F, the method of administration, for example, whether by infusion, pill, etc. G, that it requires significant time and effort, and that limits daily activities. Or H, some other drawback that's one of the biggest drawbacks of your or your loved one's current treatment approaches that isn't otherwise listed here. Or select I if this is not applicable because you are not using any treatments. So again, you can select up to the top 3 biggest drawbacks of current treatments, and we'll be expanding the discussion to understand some of these different drawbacks. Again, maybe some things are helping, but they come with some of these drawbacks, or as you can see from some of the first options, maybe there's things that you've tried that haven't been as helpful. So as it stands, it looks like both that it only treats some but not all symptoms, and the side effects of current treatments are 2 of the biggest drawbacks. After that, there's a little bit of a drop-off, but we do see requiring significant time and effort and method of administration as some of the next biggest drawbacks. But we are seeing every single one of these being in the top 3 for some number of people, and so we want to hear about these drawbacks, which treatments have these drawbacks. Maybe it's all of them, maybe it's hard to know exactly which ones, but we would love to hear more about this. So if we can start this discussion back with our Zoom panel here. And maybe, Ray, we can start with you on this topic. Thinking about treatment approaches, again, could be something that's helped or not helped. What are some of the drawbacks that you've experienced?
Hi, I'm Ray. I'm from Dallas, Texas, and I've been living with dermatomyositis for about 4.5 years. With treatment, of course, I was started out with high doses of prednisone, and that caused all kinds of other issues for me. I actually ended up on over 100 units of insulin every day.
Wow.
I had lost my vision, and there were no readings on my blood sugar meter. But coming off of that, I have IVIG and Rituxan, which are infusions, and drawbacks there is, just interruption to daily life. I do still work full time, and it's kind of hard, fitting that into the schedule, but it takes precedence because without it, I can't do much else. I can't work full time. It'd be nice if it could be a nice pill to take. And then, while I'm doing a lot better than I was, the treatments that I am taking are using, it doesn't treat all the symptoms, and it might actually cause some side effects. I'm thinking that some of the brain fog that I'm experiencing is coming from, side effects from some of the drugs that I'm taking. And I also have calcinosis, which I guess none of the drugs I'm taking are helping.
Sure. So maybe we can start with that first. So the calcinosis, has there been anything that you've tried that was intended to treat that and it just hasn't helped, or right now there's just nothing available to you to help with that symptom?
The only thing my dermatologist suggested was to take aspirin. I can say that it's a little helpful, but I still have the calcinosis. I've read that there are some other treatments that you could use, but they haven't been recommended for me.
Sure. And for you, can you just describe the calcinosis and how that's impacting you without a treatment?
Sure. I do have some spots on my arms, but the most troublesome is the one on my thigh. So it's difficult sitting for long periods of time. It causes pain, and I've been told that I could have it removed surgically, but that's not really a route that I want to take because I've had so many, issues with my skin. I'm fearful of what might happen, after that and with healing, and I have keloid skin, so that's where I am with that.
No, that's very helpful to understand, Ray. And then kind of going back to the prednisone experience, clearly you had very significant side effects, and so it sounds like you stopped that altogether. Is that right?
That is correct. I actually, Rituxan was a game changer for me. After I started the Rituxan, and actually Acthar HP is also another injection that I was taking. I was actually able to wean myself off of the prednisone. I was, like I say, I was on 80 milligrams at one time, and then got down to 2.5 for a while, and now I'm completely off of prednisone.
Okay. And then IVIG, just to kind of close the loop here on some of the things you said, you talked about the burden of needing to, have those infusions and, how that it's hard to keep up with that, but that it's necessary. If you could just kind of describe, on an ongoing basis, it sounds like you're assessing, the benefits you're getting from it relative to the burden of being on it. What does that kind of look like for you right now? What's your assessment of it? How's it helping? And is the burden really worth it to keep up with?
I can say that the IVIG, I know that it helps me with the skin side of the dermatomyositis.
Okay.
I did see improvement after beginning the IVIG. I used to go three days every 4 weeks, but I'm down now to 1 day every 4 weeks, which is helpful. But again, I used to even try to work, remotely during that time. It was difficult because, pre-meds, we take Benadryl, and all I want to do is sleep, after Benadryl. So, like I say, just that interruption to life. But I can say that I'm grateful. That it's down to 1 day, but like I said, it'd be nice if I could pop a pill
Right.
and it do the same trick.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ray. Shirley would like to loop you in here as well. Where some things might be helpful, others that might not, but particularly if there's any downsides that you would like to highlight for us. So it's kind of dealer's choice for you on any treatment experience you'd like to share.
Thank you, James. I'm Shirley from Eastern Iowa. I was diagnosed with dermatomyositis 3 years ago with the Anti-Gel-1. And through that, I did take prednisone right off at the beginning. Finding out from my current rheumatologist, probably should have been stronger. They only gave me 40 at the beginning, but they were so insistent on tapering me off prednisone because of the side effects prednisone can do to the body. So they were tapering me a little too soon, and I should have stayed on the higher dose early on, because by October of that same year, I lost my ability to walk. And what I found to just kind of keep my strength going was maintaining that protein level. A lot of the time, there was like this little test I did that tell me how much protein I needed. My average was around 64, and they say you need to increase it 50%. So I try to get like 90 milligrams of protein every day. Through all of that, I've developed an intolerance to fructose now. And so what we found, so I take the Protein Max one, and it's got 33 milligrams because it's my best way to get as much protein as possible. And now we found it's got inulin in it, which is a form of sugar, which fructose does not handle very well. So I've since then tried to reduce the amount of Protein Max I'm taking and supplement that with additional protein. But if I do that, I get fatigued. So I've learned to tolerate the side effects of the Protein Max and just keep it at the 90 milligrams, because otherwise the weakness in me just, I just don't feel great that day without it.
Right. And this is, I think, the first time we're kind of hearing about this kind of, protein goal. And so, as we're following these recommendations and increasing protein intake, did that impact how you felt at all? Did that help in any way?
Oh, I can definitely tell right away, probably by noon, if I didn't have it in the morning.
Oh, okay.
So it's the first thing I like to have in the morning. And if I don't have it, yeah, it's very noticeable.
And if you don't have it, is that fatigue? How do you feel?
Drained, tired, just don't have the necessary energy that you want to do during the day. I want to take more naps.
Right.
Outside of the ones I've tried not to take during the day.
Right. Wow. Well, that's very, very kind of helpful to hear, and I guess so. You make sure you take have protein first thing in the morning, and that helps a lot. I guess over time, how are you kind of thinking about and assessing whether the current protein levels are really working for you? If you can kind of just describe your thoughts around that.
Yeah, well, I also, so by October of that year, I had lost my ability to walk.
Okay.
And so I go to physical therapy often. And doing the physical therapy, I get extremely exhausted.
Sure.
It does require a rest after it. But if I didn't do the physical therapy as well, I could tell that I just don't have the strength overall as well. I need to maintain it, but I got to push myself harder at physical therapy because I am trying to work on regaining that muscle loss that I had. Because I lost, at least in my shoulders, at least 90% of my muscle. They even measured me to the point that I was at a negative. They measure usually on a scale of 0 to 5. Mine was actually started out at a negative, finally up to a 1. And I attribute a lot of that to the physical therapy and maintaining my protein levels.
I see. Wow. And going from a negative to a 1, what does that translate to in daily life for you?
Well, now I can hold a very lightweight stick above my head, but somebody has to put it there, but at least I can hold it. I can do circles with my arms now. If I was holding something, get my arms out a little bit further.
Yeah.
So it's been very good on that standpoint.
Sure. Thank you so much for sharing and helping us understand. Linda, would love to bring you into this conversation as well. Kind of would love to hear your assessment of your current treatment approach.
Hi, I'm Linda in New Jersey, and I was diagnosed in 2016 with antisynthetase syndrome with dermatomyositis and interstitial lung disease. The oxygen is fairly new to me, two and a half years now. But my dermatomyositis has been refractory, so I haven't had a lot of success as to treatments. IVIG, each time we tried it, we had 5 tries and 5 cases of aseptic meningitis. Rituxan did save my lungs in the very beginning. And then it got off schedule, and then it started to not be as effective and leave me with more side effects than benefit. My one constant has been prednisone. And through this entire time since diagnosis, I've always heard about the side effects, the potential side effects. When I didn't have those side effects, then I was told, well, you will get those side effects. And I don't. And it can be very frustrating knowing IV steroids are, to me, I consider that my treatment.
Right.
And I'm in a flare. It's what stops it and helps me get back to functioning levels. And I understand the reluctance, but for me, that's the thing that at least stops my flares.
Sure. No, thank you for sharing, Linda. So you said that you kind of described your disease as refractory. It sounds like steroids can help with the flares. When you talk about your disease being refractory, can you just maybe describe a little bit about what different symptoms and health effects you're experiencing, what things are not being able to be addressed for you?
Sure. For me, it's really my muscles. I do have some skin involvement. It's never been severe like I see some people. Sure. I do have itching, but my muscles are heavily involved. And we just haven't been able to really find anything that has been able to assist me in getting that back. Physical therapy helps. It certainly helps in learning techniques to manage my balance, things like that.
Right.
But yeah, the weakness and the pain with my muscle involvement, we just haven't really found anything.
And then on top of that, when you have flares, what does a flare look like, and how often are you having those?
For the last probably 5 years, I've felt as if I am just in a state of constant flare. It just, whether it's severe, when I start to notice my core getting weak, if my head is getting wobbly, swallowing issues start to happen, that's when I know it's time to go in the hospital.
I see.
So, but the itching, the weakness, walking is almost impossible. And then when my arms get hit, when my upper body is hit, I don't have anything to support me. So.
Right, absolutely. Well, Linda, thank you so much for sharing as well. I do want to get to some phone callers that we have. We have first Veronica from Michigan, who has some treatment experience that she would like to speak to. Veronica, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi. Well,
And yeah, can you hear me?
we can. Sorry, please go ahead.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was hearing about second effects, and definitely that's something that you want to get healthy, but also kind of scared for the second effects. In my case, when I got my first IVIG, the second effects were terrible, with like headache that I never had before, joint pain, and I didn't have that with the DM. I had muscle pain, but not joint pain. So I got joint pain, headache, vertigo. So I thought, like, okay, this is terrible. So thankfully I was in a support group, and the support group mentioned to me a video from the TMA about a doctor who was explaining how to administrate, or the best way to administrate IVIG. So then I found out about you need to be hydrated, the dose should be given to me in a slower rate. And I have to advocate for myself, literally. And I mentioned this to my doctor, mentioned it to the insurance person who was my contact to the insurance. And they work it out, and they kind of listen to this. And thankfully, thanks to that, then my second IVIG, or my first IVIG, was a totally different experience. It was just some fatigue, but no headache, no joint pain, stuff like that. So definitely want to give a big thank you to TMA and MSU for all the resources they put for us in order to advocate for ourselves, because if I hadn't found out this, I wouldn't be able to tell the doctor that there was a better way to administrate it. So, yeah, the second effects with the prednisone and all that stuff, it is definitely a concern.
Sure. Well, Veronica, I really appreciate you calling in and speaking to, unfortunately, your original experiences with IVIG, but how you were able, through information and some self-advocacy, to get it done in a way to help avoid that and minimize those side effects. We also have Lillian from Michigan that would like to speak to some treatment experiences. So Lillian, I'd like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Welcome. Would love to hear what treatment experience and how that might have helped or not helped with treating your DM.
Actually, just to start and be brief, from almost 2 years ago, I was diagnosed. It will be 2 years, July 4th. I have gone through almost every treatment available. I'm being told in Grand Rapids there's nothing else that they can do for me. Currently, I'm only on a methotrexate injection and folic acid. However, I am awaiting a bed for the Johns Hopkins Hospital because I have to get something done. I've experienced the IVIG. I've had Imurad. I've had just about everything you can come up with. And the thing it is, I am back and forth to the hospital so much with very high heart rates. I've had my heart stopped and restarted 3 times.
Wow.
I was just there about 3 weeks ago, same issue. But there's nothing wrong with my heart, so they contributed to the disease. I've gone through the blood clots, everything, headaches. When I did the biopsy to confirm the disease, my left arm became frozen. It is still frozen. I have very difficult with my mobility. If I go up and downstairs, I'm having to walk like a turtle and most certainly be careful that I don't fall, because I do fall. When I say it can happen to me, it has happened.
Wow.
I want to live, and I want to get some help. And that's why I have almost exercised every option there is in regards to the medical treatment, because I feel like with this disease being discovered 1,700 plus years ago, well, in the 1700s, we're in the 21st century. Why are they not taking the handful of us that they consider that has this disease? Why are they not really doing anything? Because I mean, I might be wrong, but I see if you take a smaller group of people and try to help them, maybe it'll be more of an advantage to help others that may come along with it. Because I'm sure there's people out there that has the disease and don't even know it.
Yeah.
Because this pain is real. It's real.
Absolutely.
I can hardly stand it at times.
Yeah. No, I really appreciate you sharing that, Lillian. And in fact, your sharing and others sharing today, I think, is really helping, drug developers, the federal government agencies, all stakeholders really appreciate, the patient experience, so that way it can be addressed with new therapies. So thank you for your contributions. I do recognize that there's a number of written comments that have come in on this topic as well, so I want to make sure we can include some of those in the discussion. Lynn, what are we seeing?
Thank you. I have Diane in Missouri. What frustrates me most about current treatments are the side effects. I never know when I will have immediate diarrhea. The prednisone, I have been on for 4 years, may be impacting my bone health, and I have osteoporosis now. And I've also been misdiagnosed with eye problems due to hydroxychloroquine, sorry. It's a constant worry that I'll either flare again or that the medication will lead to more conditions and more medications. Peter in Las Cruces, New Mexico, having to use oxygen all the time, it's a big burden. Plus I need to have therapy with IVIG twice a month. So again, we're hearing the story about IVIG, the good and the bad, the lack of quality of life depending upon how long you have to be on IVIG. And Elizabeth in France, what she worries about are the withdrawal symptoms from certain analgesics, sleeping pills, and other antidepressants that must be controlled. Another one of those side effects of the disease. Let's see. Oh, there's so many here. Jean in Williamstown, New Jersey. After 10 years of remission, I had a flare of dermatomyositis in June of 2022. Every approved treatment was tried with no success. Symptoms included severe skin inflammation, burning mouth syndrome, swelling of eyes and fingertips, severe scalp itch and loss of hair, extreme tenderness that made grasping objects very difficult, and painful swelling of cuticles. Let's see. Lindsay in Minneapolis. I had a rare reaction to CellCept called paradoxical acute inflammatory syndrome. Because of the rarity of the reaction, it took a lot longer for my team to figure out that the CellCept was actually doing harm to my body. It set back my treatment significantly, close to 1 year of debilitating setbacks. I think that pretty well covers it.
Well, thank you, everyone. As Lynn said, there's quite a few comments that have come in. We'll continue to be sharing those throughout the program, and know that if we haven't gotten to yours, we are going to be including it in the Voice of the Patient report. I do want to make sure that we use our remaining time to not only continue to hear any current treatment experiences, but also to invite you all to share your thoughts and preferences for what you would want from future treatments. So let's go ahead and go to our last polling question of the day. If you can go to www.pollev.com/adultdm. Here the question is, short of a complete cure, because certainly we all want that complete cure, and we would also probably know that when we see it. We want to know, what specific things would you look for in an ideal treatment for dermatomyositis? And you can select your top 3 kind of ideal treatment goals or preferences here. The options are A, to stop the disease progression, B, to treat the skin symptoms, C, to treat muscle weakness and or prevent falls, D, to treat breathing or lung issues, E, to treat swallowing issues, F, to treat the emotional symptoms, G, to increase energy and stamina, H, improve daily functioning, or I, something else that you would, specific thing that you would look for in an ideal treatment for dermatomyositis. And again, you can please select your top 3 responses here. This may be the most difficult question of the entire day, to limit this to 3.
Yeah, so there's so many facets to that, and being a dermatomyositis patient myself, I can certainly believe that everyone that's reacting to this is speaking to their needs. We all, as you look at this, we all just want to be normal.
Yeah.
And normal for someone like myself is maybe different from others. So that's why you see stop the disease progression. Yeah. We want it to stop. We want to be able to live our life to the fullest.
Absolutely. So as Lynn was just pointing out, we see our top our top three response here being stop disease progression. After that, we're seeing kind of treating the skin symptoms and the muscle weakness as the next top choices. We do see increasing energy and stamina, treating breathing and lung issues, improving daily functioning, and treating swallowing issues, all in people's top three, as well as some other things that were not listed here. So regardless of which of these you selected, we'd love to hear from you. If you'd like to share your goals for future treatments, one last time, you can do so by calling in at 1-703-844-3231. But I'd like to, as we have, begin our discussion with our Zoom panel here. Barbara, I'd like to kick things off with you. Given the context of currently available treatments, what would you, be looking for from an ideal future treatment?
An ideal future treatment would be something that treats the major symptoms. It would have to be personalized in a way, because we all have some different ways that it expresses itself differently depending on us as individuals. But I would also like it to be something that doesn't take precious time away from our lives, like having to sit for infusions in the hospital a lot. And to that point, I just wanted to point out that I had a great rheumatologist who was willing to take the risk and give me subcutaneous immune globulin, which I can administer at home. I can watch Netflix and do it. And it has fewer side effects, like less headache, less of that other stuff. I'm not saying it's for everybody, but for me, it's been a lifesaver because I have terrible veins, and the idea of going into the hospital once a month was not very pleasant. But there are other possible ways of dealing with things that I think people should really push for. And we have to push against the insurance merry-go-round, which can be really tiring, but to get some of these things is really quite a task.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Barbara. Linda, I'd like to go to you next on this. We'll come around and I'm going to go to each of you here on our Zoom panel of this very important question of, what would represent an important or ideal treatment for you. Would love to hear your perspective, Linda.
Oh my goodness. That is really hard. Just to stop the ever revolving door of flare, calm down, flare, calm down. I think that, to be stable at a functioning level, for me to be stable, which would then allow me to adjust to whatever that stability level would be.
Sure.
Then I could adjust, as opposed to constantly trying to adjust here and there and oops, I got to catch that one too.
Yes.
So yeah, I think something that would bring stability.
Absolutely. No, thank you so much, Linda. You much more eloquently described what was the first option in that polling question of, stopping disease progression and helped us understand what something like that would actually mean for you. So thank you. Shirley, just coming around here, would like to hear your thoughts. What would represent something meaningful or important to you if from a new treatment?
Yeah, thanks, James. And I'm Shirley from Eastern Iowa. And at the onset of my diagnosis, I was very thankful that my PCP diagnosed it early enough, but then it was extremely difficult to get into a rheumatologist. And by the time I got in there and then they, put me on, I was put on prednisone right away by my PCP. But with the rheumatologist, then it was rituximab and going in and getting that initial treatment. And just I'm in Eastern Iowa, and just the education behind the rheumatologist was a bit weak. So, now I go to a university hospital, teaching hospital, and where they wished that they would have gotten me early on, increased the prednisone, and gotten IVIG treatments right away. I did not actually start IVIG treatments until 8 months later.
Right.
And, by then I had lost most of my muscles. So now, treatment wise, I just wish that that stuff was known and the doctors knew more about it earlier on, that there were just more knowledge base out there. We have to advocate for ourselves. And I think that's the continuing thing we have to do in continuing for our treatment. Because like, everyone has said, the treatments differ for everybody and not everybody is the same. And so you just got to keep mentioning what new issue you have, because that's one of the things that you find is the new treatments. So or not new treatments, but different treatments that don't work. So just stopping its progression is a big thing. And it's just, knowledge base and what works for everybody.
Absolutely. I hear you loud and clear, accessibility of existing treatments, how they're not helpful if they're not accessible. But I also hear a little bit of a theme of, anything that also might help intervening earlier and stopping that disease progression being really important. Ray, I want to bring you into this discussion. What thoughts do you have on what would represent a important or ideal treatment for you?
An ideal treatment for me would be, I take like a concoction.
Sure.
I have to fill up my pill bottles or my pill packs and everything. And it's a lot. It's a lot taking. I take over 15 pills a day and twice a day. So something that is one in all, or all in one rather. Because sometimes I even have trouble I might miss my medications because I dread taking, 15 plus pills.
Right.
So that would be ideal treatment for me.
Wow. Well, thank you, Ray. That very clear goal there, and understood why that's important. Again, treatments, to be effective, you have to be able to stay on top of it and not dread taking them. Yashira, we'll give you the final word here on our Zoom panel at least. Would love your thoughts on this topic of future treatments.
Well, I want to bring that we all are in a different journey. I don't see how one pill could solve that. Like you say, we all different, but I will be happy to see treatment in different stages. And to bring to Shirley's point, if the doctors know how to diagnose us and the treatment is available, it will make the patient's life easier. I think I cannot, right now, I'm only in rituximab, but when I was early diagnosed, I was like Ray, 30-something pills. Yeah. So I think it's unfair for me to ask to science for one pill for everything, but can we just decide why this immune system is acting this way? Maybe that could help us, right? I don't know if that's possible, but maybe if I call my myositis Quasimodo because I looked at like the hunchback before. So if I could control that thing, maybe I could live a normal life. So
yeah,
hopeful for that.
Well, thank you for that. I just want to thank you all 5 of you, for all of your contributions throughout this whole afternoon. It's been so informative to learn from each and every one of you. So I'm going to be going here to phones and some written callers and written comments, but wanted to pause and thank you before I do that. So now we'll go to a phone caller we have in the queue. We have Corrine from California. You'll recognize her voice from this morning's discussion panel. So Corrine, I would like to welcome you to the program. Are you with us?
I am. Thank you, James.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. There's been a lot of thoughts in my head when we ended that first panel and now we're discussing the future. I think one of the biggest things, and I want the voice of young adults to be heard, is often in research and literature and drugs development, young adults are often dismissed because it's often diagnosed with 40 and up for most cases. And when I look to my future, I am currently on IVIG, which is pretty invasive, and it it pushes me to not being able to have a full-time job, but I'm not sick enough to be on disability. So for my future, one of the biggest things that I hope for drug development is that we just get FDA approval for more of these different drugs, like my Rinvoq, which is a JAK inhibitor that I take. I would love for the FDA to approve of that drug, and that there are several drugs that are actually already out there in relation to especially what we call the Orphan Drug Act that's been around for 40 years, and reusing and repurposing medications that are out there so it's less expensive for us and that as patients, but also so the FDA can approve them and so that we can start having more on the approval list instead of just one version of IVIG medication. So that's what I look forward to the future, because I have a lot more years ahead of me and I have a lot more fears. But if I can have a treatment that can support me working full time and continue to go through school and eventually someday having my own family, I would feel a lot more peace in my life.
Yeah, no, this is really helpful, Corinne. And if I can, follow up on one thing. I mean, we hear, that kind of desire for, therapies, maybe off-label or repurposed therapies, to go through the regulatory process so they can be on-label, and that would improve accessibility. But I'd like to if you don't mind, try to connect the dots too a little bit to, your kind of disease journey that you talked to us about this morning. And if you were considering, if there were a completely novel therapy that were to come along and be approved, what would be the key questions that you would ask to help determine whether you would try that new therapy or not?
Oh, great question, James. I think the biggest thing is, would this cause me to flare again if I was on the placebo or even if I was on the medication that was approved? There's so much hesitancy towards even doing novel new treatments because a lot of us do get at a stability point, but we also have a trust in the doctors and the FDA figuring out medications that will improve our lives even more and offer potentially more stability. And I am grateful for all the patients that are currently in studies and have been in past studies. But I'm hesitant because I have so much time ahead of me that I can't be away from having financial stability and having a flare of symptoms and taking away that financial stability because I'm too sick causes a lot of hesitancy in me, especially being a young adult who needs health insurance to pay for how expensive it can be and also how time-consuming it can be to be a patient.
Yes. Well, Corinne, thank you so much. And thank you for making sure that we get that young adult patient perspective as well. Very, very helpful here. And lastly here, I'd like to recognize all of you who have been flooding us with comments today. Lynn, what are we seeing on this last question?
A lot of the same comments that we're hearing from our panel, Ashley and Fairbanks. Where is it? There. I would like to see a therapy that would work for our immune system, not destroy it, and to halt the progression of the disease. And Shally in New Delhi, there should be medicines for myositis with minimal side effects, and we've talked about that, on our body. Less toxin load on liver and kidneys and other organs. Mark in Seattle, Washington, I'm participating in a clinical trial, but I haven't seen improvement in my symptoms. Unfortunately, if this study drug isn't effective, I've potentially lost 2 years with no improvement to my condition. I find that this time frame is unreasonable and unfair to patients, and my quality of life has declined. I think that's it.
All righty. Well, I again want to just thank everyone who has contributed today. At this point, we're at the part of the program where we're going to be wrapping up the patient input portion. So if we weren't able to get to you on the phones or we weren't able to read your written comment, we really appreciate you participating. And remember, if you have additional comments that you'd like to be a part of today's meeting, you can submit those for 30 more days after today. But at this point, I just want to personally thank all of you who have contributed as your meeting moderator. I asked so much of you to pull back the curtain on what it is to live with and have adult dermatomyositis. And you all really did that. You, shared very personal, often emotional, journeys that you've experienced, both with the symptoms and having to navigate the complex treatment landscape, and all of the decisions that you have to make day in, day out, to manage your life, to not overextend, as so many described it, and become depleted. Just the burden of constant decisions, on top of the incredible symptom burden that you all, are living with and are impacting you day in and day out. It just really stands out in my mind, just how incredible that really is. And as your moderator, just want to personally thank you for being willing to help us understand that and share that. So at this point in the meeting, it's my pleasure to introduce our speaker to provide summary remarks. Providing summary remarks is an impossible task in a meeting like this where we've heard so much, but we have the perfect person to do that, which is my friend and colleague, Larry Bauer. Larry is a nurse by background, worked practicing in nursing before going to the NIH, where he worked for 17 years in clinical research, and including in rare diseases, and then went to the FDA, where he co-founded the Rare Diseases Program and where he worked as a regulatory scientist for 10 years. And Larry has been an integral part to helping plan this meeting. So without further ado, Larry. Okay.
I just want to share the summary, and I apologize for if you couldn't hear me earlier, and I also apologize if there's any points that I have missed during this. But our meeting today was opened by Paula Eichenbrenner, who's the Executive Director of the Myositis Association. This was followed by a presentation from Dr. Raj Nair, who's the Acting Division Director in the Division of Rheumatology and Transplant Medicine at the FDA. Dr. Nair shared that these meetings help the FDA review staff with identifying areas of unmet need and can help them to advise drug sponsors on their development programs. Then we heard from Dr. Lisa Christopher Stein, who's the director of the Johns Hopkins Myositis Center and a DM expert. She shared that DM is a rare, severe, and debilitating systemic autoimmune disease with several subtypes. It usually affects adults between 40 and 60, and 30% of the juvenile cases may transition eventually to the adult form. The main cause of death when that happens are malignancies, cardiovascular disease, and lung disease. Some of the symptoms are red and swollen eyes, rashes, Gotron's papules, and other cutaneous features. It can affect multiple muscles, including heart and peripheral muscles, can cause interstitial lung disease, joint problems, severe fatigue, and dysphagia. Patients experience flares. About 72% have more than one per year, and these flares lead to greater disability, pain, work issues, and healthcare visits. Flares can cause fatigue, worsening muscle weakness, pain, and rashes and ulcers. So we had a panel of 5 people in the morning that talked about symptoms of DM. We first heard from Austin, who's 38 years old and developed a rash followed by joint pain and shortness of breath with pain. He rapidly developed interstitial lung disease that progressed to complete respiratory failure, which led to a lung transplant. He's improved since the transplant, but worries if his immune system might attack his new lungs. Then we heard from Hannah, who's 34 years old and has had DM for 15 years. She had previously been an athlete and incredibly fit, but became fatigued and developed a rash on her face and chest. This progressed to muscle pain and weakness. She needed a wheelchair to spend the day at a theme park. She eventually had a healthy child, but could not breastfeed because needing to go back on meds for DM as soon as she the delivery was complete. She's felt embarrassed by her rashes and cuticles on her hands, and she worries about losing mobility in the future. Then we heard from Stephen, who's 36 years old and has had DM for 10 years. He first developed body aches and then rashes and swelling. He said that every morning it felt like he just played a football game when he woke up. Some days he can't get out of bed due to pain and fatigue. He's had flares and developed Gotron papules. Some of his skin symptoms have been the most bothersome, as well as the mental impacts of having DM. And he said that DM has impacted his college studies and his social life, and he feels like a prisoner to DM. Then we heard from Kanaya, who's 40 years old and has had DM since 2007. She was unable to climb stairs, had rashes, difficulty swallowing, heavy breathing, and muscle weakness. DM has affected her physically, emotionally, and spiritually. She's had alopecia and extreme weakness. She also had large calcifications, sometimes the size of grapefruits, that required surgery with significant scarring. And she worries about her ability to take care of her family in the future. And then finally in the morning, we heard from Allie, who shared the story of her mother Lulu's journey with DM. She first had shoulder pain in 2022 to the point she could not lift her arms. The physicians repeatedly denied it could be DM because they said DM does not cause pain, but we heard again and again how it does cause pain. She was eventually diagnosed with DM, but developed septic gallbladder disease requiring surgery and ICU care. She developed respiratory issues due to her DM and could not be extubated. And sadly, her mother died from these complications at the age of 62. So overall in the morning, we heard people with DM have numerous body system effects, which are extremely severe and include fatigue and pain. DM affects people differently, and people have different symptoms to different degrees. DM impacts most aspects of quality of life, and muscle weakness can be debilitating. The mental health issues often develop related to DM, and almost everyone spoke about the impacts on their life this way. And DM produces frequent flares and can lead to the need for lung transplant and even death. We came back in the afternoon, shifting gears, talking about treatments. And we first heard from pediatric neurosurgeon, we heard from Dr. Rohit Agarwal, who's the co-director of the University of Pittsburgh Myositis Center. He has said that DM has significant unmet need with quality of life impacts in all domains. Steroids are used commonly along with methotrexate. Second-line treatment includes MMF, tacrolimus, or cyclosporin. And third-line treatment can include rituximab, cyclophosphamide, and combination therapy. Patients can relapse, especially after tapering steroids. And IVIG is the only approved drug for DM, and that there are various subtypes, and the varied symptoms make it a complex disease to study. We had a panel of 5 folks that had statements to present. Veronica is 56 years old and was diagnosed with DM in 2021 after having previously been very healthy. She had facial rashes and inflammation that were initially treated with prednisone and methotrexate. Plaquenil did not help. IVIG treatment led to fever, migraines, vertigo, and joint pain. The side effects were so severe, she said she just let me die. Helpful adjustments were then made, which corrected some of the side effects. And she said she's participated in a clinical trial and has seen good effects. Then we heard from Rami, who has DM with severe skin issues, but no muscle weakness. She's tried prednisone and topical CBD for the itching, which made her almost suicidal. She's had to take Xanax for DM-related anxiety, and she had some improvement with Cellcept and eventually joined a clinical trial where she had to take 3 infusions over 3 months. She currently takes Benadryl twice a day for itch and uses body lotions. She described DM as being like a medieval torture. Then we heard from Cambiz, who's 24 years old and developed DM 4 years ago. His initial treatment was methotrexate, but he got nausea from this. Then mycophenolate mofetil replaced the methotrexate and the nausea subsided. IVIG infusions are 3 times a month and last 6 hours each, which really impacts his life. He said the emotional toll has been great and that steroids are a double-edged sword. He enrolled in a clinical trial and had to evaluate the potential risks versus benefits. He still does not know if he's on the placebo or the actual drug. Then we heard from Jerome, who developed DM in 2015, struggling to breathe and walk. He took heavy doses of prednisone, which may have led to his avascular bone necrosis in the hips. He's been on rituximab, IVIG, Cellcept, and gabapentin, and he said the toll on his family life has been significant. He hopes for a single oral treatment that can alleviate the symptoms of DM. And lastly, in the afternoon, we heard from Emily, who's had DM since age 19. She says DM is refractory to available treatments. She's had multiple surgeries, celiac disease, inflammatory bowel syndrome, autonomic dysfunction, miscarriages, fibromyalgia, and bruising. Some of the medications she has tried abruptly stopped working. She's been on steroids, Cellcept, methotrexate, Imurin, cyclosporin, IVIG, SCIG, Plaquenil, quinacrine, naltrexone, antibiotics, JAK inhibitors, and topicals. Her side effects have been recurrent shingles and multiple body effects. And she has tried off-label Safnalo treatment, which has had some positive effects. So overall, in the afternoon, we heard that there continues to be a great unmet medical need for new treatments for DM. The available treatments, especially long-term steroid use, all have significant downsides. Many reported the treatments work for a while and then stop working. Some people have required surgical interventions for the calcifications and even lung transplant. People said they're generally open to trying new therapies or new research protocols, and many would like to see perhaps oral therapies with disease-modifying ability, which we don't have to date to a great extent. So thank you so much. And now to close the meeting, back to Lynn in the studio.
Thank you for your thoughtful summary, Larry. This has been an incredible day that has taken us deep into the heart of the dermatomyositis journey and its impact on our lives. Thank you to the FDA staff who joined us today, and a special thanks to Lena Merzog and Will Llewellyn from the FDA's patient-focused drug development staff who guided us through this process over the many months of planning. Your presence here reaffirms the commitment to understanding and addressing the complexities of dermatomyositis on a regulatory level. Thanks also to Larry Bauer and James Valentine from Hyman Phelps and McNamara, whose assistance in planning and moderating today's meeting has been invaluable. Thank you to the Dudley Digital Works media team for the production planning and all the behind-the-scenes work that they have done today. A special thanks to Every Life Foundation for Rare Diseases for the Rare Disease Giving Event sponsorship. A heartfelt thanks goes out to the MSU and TMA's team behind the scenes, Manuel, Benita, Jessica, Jason, Karen, Martha, Linda, and Paula. And finally, A huge thanks goes to you, this wonderful community of dermatomyositis patients and care partners. You lifted the curtain on your struggles, your fears and frustrations, your dashed dreams, your pain and your sorrows. But you have also shown courage and determination to not let this insidious disease define you. Your stories illuminate the path forward. We couldn't have done this without you. In the coming weeks, we'll compile all of the information from today, including polling data and comments, into a Voice of the Patient report, which will be available on the Adult Dermatomyositis Externally Led Patient-Focused Drug Development website. The form to submit comments for the Voice of the Patient report is open for another 30 days on this website, so please make sure your voice is heard. A recording of today's program will be available on demand immediately following this meeting. As we conclude today's session, let this be a call to action to make a difference, to work toward a future where this disorder no longer spells a lifelong battle for those diagnosed. So here's to hope, to health, and to an unyielding commitment to help shape a brighter future for dermatomyositis patients and families. Thank you.